Hello, hello. Hello, Catten. Catten. I'm late. I'm very late. I was sleeping. I don't know why I've been so tired recently, but it's a thing that happens sometimes. You know, some days you're just not feeling it, so you just take a really long nap. Just for a casual 4-hour nap during the day. So because of that, I also did not take a morning shower. So I am still kind of putting on my clothes. Not lewd, by the way. Alright, now I can show myself because I am now non-lewd. Technically, this duck is always naked, though. Can't even see any feathers, SMH. Alright, send me. You're VTuber, we'd never know. Would you? Would you? I suppose that's true. Because during all my video calls, maybe like one of those I have every, I guess it's semi-weekly. Not usually wearing pants. So I love the duck in the background. Oh, thank you, thank you. As you can tell, the art is my passion, for sure. Drew the background in about 5 minutes. Using just like I think it was done in, it wasn't in Microsoft Paint, it was done in Pixel Edit, yeah. Duck is the best part though, yeah, for sure. Also done by yours truly. Back when I was actually trying to learn how to do 3D modeling. That was like almost exactly 1 year ago. Because I needed 3D models to test with the Vtuber program and all that. Alright. Let me see. Where we left off yesterday. Oh, I was looking at the second duck. Oh, the duck in the background? This duck? Which one is it? This duck? This is actually done in Godot as well. So I did draw both the ducks, yes. It's just a sprite that just kind of rebounds off the sides of the window. And then randomly switches the head to something else. Based off some coin flip, I think. I don't remember. Was that visible? Yeah, it was visible. Just making sure I was on the right scene. Okay. Alright, so this is landing screen. I was doing, these don't look like what I was working on yesterday. Why are none of the files I was working on yesterday here? Is it here? No, this is menu bar. But yeah, how are you? How are you? Base pop-up. Yeah, okay. Window dialog. Okay. Okay. So here's what we can do. We don't need these anymore. Don't need any of these either. That's pretty much it. Yeah, so we're not using the pop-up thing anymore. We're just doing show, and then we are manually adjusting the position. So from now on, we can just construct a scene like this without having to worry about whether or not it's a pop-up or not, because now in base pop-up, this is just a script, so it can accept an init and a ready, because ready is only called when it's added to the scene tree, while init is called when you call new on it. Sometimes copying the stuff pop-up does. Oh yeah. Was that you who suggested that yesterday? That was a. Oh geez, that's Reddit. Don't look at Reddit. Yeah, it was a good call. Good call. I didn't realize you could do that. I thought you had to call pop-up on a pop-up. As it turns out, you don't. Or I thought you had to call pop-up on a anything that inherits from pop-up. But yeah, you don't have to. And then it also avoids all the other stuff, while also maintaining the same kind of, you know, like the close button functionality. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that. I just had it in my head. I was tilted. It was a moment of weakness. All right. But now we have a panel container. Let's do the... What things do we have? We have... we have settings and logs. Settings, I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna have in there. So let's just do the log container first, because that's fairly easy. So we'll have a VBox container, full rect, why not? It doesn't really matter since it should have its boundaries set by the pop-up container anyways. Well, by the panel container that I instantiate inside of the pop-up container, or the base pop-up. But here we'll do have an what am I doing? Call this settings. Or settings pop-up. Settings pop-up. No, let's call it settings, right? Then hbox container. And this will have, what I'm envisioning is there'll just be a bunch of buttons, so you can filter by setting type, just because, why not, you know? So yeah, button, call this all, so call this filters, yeah, so filters, info, error, debug, actually info debug, info debug error. And then there's also trace, but trace should never be used in a release build because that's very slow. And also it's very easy to figure out where the trace logs are, because they'll be the very, very long stack traces. Okay. Info, nope. Debug and error. Yeah, feels pretty good. Then this one, under it should be a scroll container, which contains another VBox container. Size flags, all of these. This one, also all of these. Yeah, and then these will be logs. Maybe. Actually, how would you do that? How would you filter? I guess we'll just have all the logs by default in this container. Actually, the idea of a filter doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because I don't have direct access to that log file. Like, I can read from the log file, I guess, every time you open it, and then just capture it. Filtering settings makes sense. Oh, this is for settings. I was thinking this is the logs. What am I doing? Okay, let's do this as the logs. Since I was already kind of building that out, I didn't notice. As you can tell, I'm still slightly asleep. The coffee has long since worn off. Yeah, filters I don't think makes a whole lot of sense, but we'll just keep it like this. Everything should just be a VBox for now, since it's the most extensible. Or at least it's the same concept of having a pivot, I suppose. But logs, screens, GUI. Yeah. You know what? Create folder, pop-ups, logs, then base pop-up. We'll go into pop-ups. Base element, we don't ever use base element, although maybe I should have kept that. I think menu bar might, no, menu bar is fine. This is fine, so now logs, won't be anything in it, but that's fine. Const settings is preload this thing. So then we'll hit it with an add child, base pop up new. Let me see. Oh, hello, Needle Mouse. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? I'm late. Has the what is it called? The bullet hell jam started yet? 2022 starts in 14 hours. Oh baby, I have tomorrow off, which is why I don't feel bad about going extra late today. Or at least going late today. I always feel kind of weird when I go until like midnight. I'm good doing some assets for the Toho Jam. Very nice. Everyone loves a good asset. Ooh, it's an error. Where? Okay, hold on. We didn't have an error before. We did have an error before. What's the error? I'm missing a parenthesis somewhere. Where exactly? I'm not sure though. Oh, base pop-up could not be fully loaded. Okay. What's your problem? I think that's just a VS Code thing. So we'll just refresh it hard. I'm also excited for the Bullet Hell Jam. Yeah. It's a lot of jams to be taking part in at once, but I guess if you're working in a team, it's not so bad. I wouldn't know. I prefer to run solo in most things, which might sound a bit psychopathic, but or maybe sociopathic, perhaps. But because I prefer not having to compel other people to go with my ideas. I like having full creative control. I'm gonna work on the Toho game assets in the morning. I work hard on the Bullet Hell Jam to get the bullets working. I don't know the difference. So a psychopath has, I suppose in theory, I'm not a psychologist, so, you know, don't trust what a random person on the internet's telling you. But a psychopath is not just a more extreme version of a sociopath. They are more or less distinct. Psychopath doesn't really conform to ethics, may or may not fully understand, or they do understand social cues, and they'll use it to their advantage, whereas a sociopath has trouble fitting in with social norms. So a psychopath understands social norms, but will use that to, but just does not care about them. Yeah. Well, a sociopath has trouble with them a lot, and then, I guess, reacts in a negative way. So, like, sociopath is generally not very high functioning, as I understand it, while a psychopath is high functioning. So, like, a lot of, was it this statistic that's always kind of echoed is that, like, CEOs of big companies have a greater tendency to be a psychopath. Working on Toho Jam in a team. I'm going to do the whole jam solo. I don't know what I'm going to do for the Linux game jam. I wish you the best of luck. Sounds tough. Vlogs. Menu. Here's the panel container. And then there's the logs. Okay, and then I can just do a test log really quick. Because there's no way. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should instance these immediately. And then I just show and hide them. Otherwise, there's no way that this will capture all the logs unless I have just like a logging data structure somewhere that just has a handle on the log file. Assuming the Toho jam was the same jam. Yeah, they do sound very similar. They do sound very similar. Though it doesn't, like, Toho almost implies like a top-down, bottom-up shooter, whereas a bullet hell jam is more open-ended. So you could do like a side scroller, like Escape the Gungeon, or you could even do like a 3D bullet hell, kind of like how Nier Automata works. Automata. I think it is called Automata, at least in English. That's how you pronounce Automata. Which is something that I was thinking about. Maybe. Something that's closer to how Nier works. Might be kind of fun. I like those games. I've played through Nier Automata twice, I think. Well, not twice. I beat the entire thing and then started playing through again on hard. Because I started on hard, rage quit on one boss. Well, not rage quit. I rage lowered the difficulty back to normal. Probably because I needed the grind and then just did not want to grind, but also did not want to get good enough to only get hit twice on a boss. Yeah. Nier Replicants. I was starting a second playthrough and then just, or to get the, I think, ending B or whatever. That game is just not good enough. I was so bored. Like, the bosses just take forever on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, okay. So that's more or less correct. I know why this is happening, by the way. So this needs to be panel container. Stretch, size flag, stretch ratio, control, size, hey, no, it's stretch ratio, right? Toho Game Jam I'm doing is a card game. You pick cards from a pile or your deck, and the character you are playing as can move or use cards that are characters from the Toho series to get special abilities. Okay, so it's not like a Toho game. It's like a Toho, it's a game in the Toho universe. So it's one of the, it can be like a Toho, it can be like a traditional Toho game, or it can be like a spin-off. Okay. Size flags, horizontal and vertical. Okay. Size, expand fill. Vertical. Yeah, okay. So really quick, just to confirm, it's not working. Okay. So is it because of this? No. It's because of this? No. Is it because of this? Possibly. Oh, I think I know. Maybe. Does the base pop-up not add it to the correct child? No, it's adding it to panel container. Yeah. That's correct. It's a fan game jam. Interesting. What's going on with that? So peek inside. No, that's correct. That's the correct hierarchy. How about these things? So label doesn't matter. Size flags. These size flags are correct. These size flags are correct. These size flags are correct. How about this one? These size flags are correct. Eh? But then why does this appear cut off? You can make a game in any genre, it just has to be related to Toho. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like a spin-off. A spin-off game. So I can verify this functionality, by the way, by doing window dialog, layout. Yeah, layout. I guess the layout doesn't really matter, right? Or does the layout matter? I really hope the layout does not matter. Although it's entirely possible that it does. So we can do anchor bottom. Is that one? No. Get out of here. Anchor bottom and then anchor right. I hope that's not it. Because this should have worked. Yeah, okay. Good, that wasn't it. That's a relief. Also, is this how... That's not actually what these use for the color. These actually use the dark background for their color. And then they... Oh, then most of the Godot settings use a... Oh no, this one uses this. Okay. Neat. You know what? What if I do... It might be easier just to do this visually. So... Window dialog. Okay, here's a new idea. I don't usually try to do this, but I think it'll work. Because I'm not a huge fan of assigning scripts to things at runtime if you can avoid it. But I think in this case it makes sense to do so. So this will be base pop-up. We will not assign a script to it initially. Instead we'll have the base pop-up class, and then also we'll... Oh no. This is the base pop-up scene. You can technically... Wait. Oh, no, you can't. No. Ah, that's tough. You cannot, because once you call new, it actually creates a window dialog. And then you cannot assign that script back to a pack scene. Yeah. That's tough. God, I hate how you cannot pass parameters when you instantiate a pack scene. Right, because pack scene... Yeah, you can only call instance. What is bundled? Of the scene constants. Yeah. Instance, and it only has edit states as the only parameter in instance, which is not what I want. And what the heck is pack? Oh, you can repack it. You can create a new pack scene and then pack a node inside of it, and then possibly save that. But that's not what I want. Yeah, that's hard because you can't pass parameters. And then, yeah. Well, that's fine. We'll just continue to fly blind. I know that instead of doing that, what you can do instead is instance it and then set variables on it, which might also just be easier than whatever the heck I'm doing, which is completely non-visual. Like I know it'll work, but let me just confirm. Hit it with a panel container. This one will also be... Oh, you know what? Is it because it's... Please don't be this. Panel container. Anchor bottom. Is it this one? Don't save. Don't save. Oh my god, it was that. Okay, well, that's cool. Very cool. Very, very cool. Alright, and also it appears like window dialogues have a black X on their close button, which is kind of weird. Let me change that. So default theme, window dialog. Is it constants? No. Icons. Oh, this doesn't have an icon. Is it under pop-up? Pop-up, pop-up, pop-up. What does window dialog inherit from? Window dialog inherits from pop-up, yeah. Oh, do I just not have... Oh, I just don't have that icon, huh? Interesting. I think I can import that icon from this window dialog, probably. So is it... I can import... This is window dialog, close... Close highlight, yeah? Yeah. And then I only have two things selected. Yeah, import. Send me. Okay. And then here, all of this stuff. No. Okay, well. Oh, it's because it's a black... Whatever. Let me think. Let me think. Is that a different... Is that different? So this doesn't show me the preview for a window dial. What does add preview do? I don't really know what that means. I've never had to do that. Window dialog. Image. Let me see if I can just find the one that Godot uses for like I want this one. This is probably the file dialog. File dialog. What do you got? You have various icons. Oh, but then you inherit from something else, right? So file dialog probably inherits from... Oh no. Why do I have project settings editor here? That's weird. Tab container, window, pop-up dialog. No icons. Oh, good. Please, Godot, I would like to steal some of your UI icons. File dialog, what do you got? Icons. No. Is it accept dialog? Is that under that? Or dialogues? Default theme. What am I looking for? Pop-up dialog. Style boxes. No. Like the obvious answer, right, is to just take this image and then edit it myself, but I don't want to. I'm lazy. And in that laziness will also cause me to spend more time than is totally necessary. Is it in confirmation dialog? There is no confirmation dialog. But there's no way that this is what Godot is using for this. Like, I want that. Project settings. I thought I saw that before. Relatable, yeah. Instead of just taking the image, taking like the 1 minute it takes to export the image and then just turn it white, I will instead spend like half an hour just looking for the correct icon. I know I shouldn't. Oh, you know what? It's because I imported the wrong theme, isn't it? Okay. Is that it? Is it because I just picked the wrong... It was because I picked the default one. Okay. I got it. I got it. I was just looking at the wrong theme. He's done it. Okay, now it's just a big white arrow, which looks good, in my opinion. Okay. Cool. And then probably here, what I should be doing is... I should not be adding it to the scene. What I should be doing is... Or maybe I just need to have like a... No, yeah, I guess this should just be loaded in. Everything should just be loaded but not rendered. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I think that makes more sense. It's kind of a bit more memory heavy, but I don't see another way for me to capture logs. Ah, but then there's no way for me to just handle all the logs either. So, because it won't be all the logs at all times. Yeah. And by all the logs at all times, it means that it doesn't actually capture these logs initially. It only captures the logs when the GUI is created. Why can't you open the logs when you need them? Yeah, I guess what I could do is just try to look for the user logs here instead. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Just try to read from that file. Yeah, I suppose that's a bit better. What I was thinking would happen is we might deadlock at some point because, or I guess how do I stream in logs? Like, is there a way for me to stream in logs? If there is a way, then I'm all on board. But I don't think there is a way for me to stream logs from here. So is there a file? Is there a way for me to stream from a file? What does flush do? Writes the buffer to disk. Yeah, absolutely not. Get file. No, C++ has streams as basic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I also know that you can do the same thing in Python, but I don't think Godot has that. But you know what? Okay. Let's get weird with it. I know that you can look inside. Like, Godot has several hidden functions. Hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I know Godot has several hidden functions. Like, they are technically registered. They're technically registered. What was I saying? They're technically registered with the scripting API, but they're not available, or they're not documented, which means actually that I shouldn't be using them, but I'm going to. IO. It's probably an IO, right? So file. That's config file. What is file registered under? Is it just under file? Maybe not. There's config file. So zip IO, probably not. I don't think you know what? I'm not even using the correct version of the editor, but that's hopefully fine. Because I think this is actually, yeah, this is 345, I think. Search for file. Yeah, I've already searched for file. So there's nothing in file, or nothing under file, which means it's probably somewhere else. Is it file access memory? So does this have a, yeah, so this has flush, store 8, store buffer, fstream. Yeah, I think file access memory is probably what I want. I don't know what file access pack does. I know that at the Godot's lower level, it does It uses like something similar to how Java does like dependency injection, which is kind of weird. Yeah, so depending on what you need, like it doesn't actually have all the logic stored in the same place. Yeah, okay, so no, that's not it. God, I hate friend classes, by the way. Friend classes just make it so hard. Friend, like, cause like friend classes is not quite multiple inheritance, but it's almost the same thing. In my opinion, you might as well just do multiple inheritance if you're using friends. Friend class, yeah. I hate having friends as well. That feel when friends. Okay, so where is the I need the bind. Where's bind methods? Because I know that these have bind or these should have bind methods. Because these are all what I'm familiar. Yeah, this is config file bind methods. I'm looking for the bind methods class or the bind methods call, bind methods method for file, so that I can hopefully see if they're doing any sneaky stuff. Yeah, and then if they ever take it out, I can just add it back in. Bind method, because everything that's registered. Yeah, so you can see here redirect, and I have a bind methods. What class are you looking for? I'm looking for file. So this is the file class that's registered with Godot. But what I'm looking for is if they have a hidden method for file streaming. Because I don't think that you can file a stream like this. Or actually, can you file a stream like this? And then I can just compare against. So I get position, and then I can just try reading. I don't know. Because the reason why I'm looking for file streaming is because here I have a logs pop-up. Let me just demonstrate what I'm talking about, right? So here, this is actually settings. I'm looking at the completely wrong thing, logs. Oh, I'm doing it under the wrong thing as well. This isn't settings, this is logs. What am I doing? I'm still asleep. Don't know, something to do with the file. Like audio stream, texture stream, video stream. Yeah, something like that. So it means that it keeps a handle on whatever resource it has, and then it just keeps updating the data. Yeah, but I'm looking for a file stream, which I don't believe exists in Godot. Also, I'm not sure why. Yeah, what the heck? Find any issue? I'm looking for code, please. Oh, forked. Oh, you can't look in a forked repository? Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's, yeah, there's 4,000 results. I got bad news. Look for audio stream class. I guess we'll just look for stream. Free type. There's audio stream. Oh, okay. So audio stream. And this is under the audio server. Here's one of my custom patches, which is why you may or may not need my custom build if you are trying to hack on OpenCPageGD, is because I have a thing that kind of hooks into the standard out, standard error buffer. And so I actually intercept that, and so we can capture that as a signal. Because I'm pretty sure that I'm in the current release build of this application, I'm it's not actually logging all the errors. Like sometimes Godot just throws errors and then does not display it to me for whatever reason. So this is a direct patch in order to try to catch it. Here's audio stream. Audio stream H. Okay. Okay. Audio stream. Bind method. What do these inherit from? These are all just resources? That's a ref count. This is, I'm looking in master. Give me 3, 4. Looking at resource loader. Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe resource loader always looks at resources, so we can look at resource loader. Yeah, I don't think audio stream is entirely correct. Whereas there's image loader, resource loader. It's probably an IO. Okay. Resource loader. Give me 3, 4. Resource loader. Packer. Stream fair. Resource loader. Maybe it's a, no. Doesn't a resource loader require, oh god, it's a friend. Resource loader. That's not really what I need, right? But either way, I keep looking at the headers. The header doesn't matter. It's just anything that's in bind methods that matters. Oh, does this not have a bind methods though? No, here we go. Resource format loader. Some of these are not documented, which is really cool. But none of these, I think all of these are documented, but sometimes they're not documented. Bind methods, get resource pull. What I want pull. Does this have pull? Or is resource loader interactive even a thing? Resource loader singleton. Oh, resource loader interactive or resource interactive. Resource interactive loader. Okay, no, these are all here. Wait, does resource loader not just resource loader doesn't have a bind methods on it? Oh, that's interesting. That's neat. Or I guess it might just exist as a singleton, huh? Yeah, it's just a singleton. And then you can potentially also hook into it as well. Bind methods. Okay. Interesting. What's the load function do in GD scripts? Load loads, it calls one of the resource loaders and then does a thing. I'm not actually sure what load calls. I think load. Simplified version of resource loader load, yeah. And then resource loader load probably. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, it's probably this one under resource format loader. And then that calls the internal load function, oh good, under just regular resource loader, which does not appear to be exposed to GD scripts. We're learning the code base. So then there should be a few implementations, or there's the one implementation of load, but that's not really what I want. Yeah, and then it'll just try to load whatever. Try all loaders. Is there a file loader? Try all loaders. How do I know what the default loaders are? I guess I can put like a print somewhere. So an app manager. Hit it with a print resource loader gets get recognized extension for type. Is that correct? For type? T-res. All right, well, that's probably not what I want. File access. Oh, did I miss that? Oh, you're looking in mine. Look at that. Where was that under? Oh, it was under Core OS. I was looking under Core IO. That's exactly what I need. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's pretty sick. Really glad that's under OS rather than IO. What the heck is reopen? Is that a thing the file has? Can you reopen? Yeah, what the heck? Is reopen actually exposed to GDScript as well? Or this isn't even called anywhere. Oh no, this doesn't even have bind methods in it. Huh? I think. File access H. Yeah, this doesn't even. Oh, is this an implementation detail? And then it's only. No. I'm looking for the static function. There should be a bind method somewhere, but I think this might. Okay, hold on. Platform. Windows, because I'm on Windows. Is there a file access here? Please don't. I would not be surprised though. So OS Windows, is there a bind methods under here? No, okay. How are these bound? Like I'm looking for what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for a hidden thing because that happens sometimes. Export. What is export? Oh, this is for the Windows export stuff. Can you expose file stuff to GDScript in native? I can, but then that means I need to maintain it myself. I would rather try to use some of the hidden functions Godot just kind of has for some reason. It's a bit easier that way. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what I'm looking for. There's no bind. Yeah, like it would almost 100% be easier for me to do like a GD native thing, but okay, file access C++. So file access H. Does this have any friend classes? I just gotta make sure. Any friends? No friends? Feels bad, man. And then it has a bunch of things as well. This gives you a static file access. Okay. Well, I guess like this is what it has access to anyway, so it doesn't appear like it has any streaming capability. Although I could just hold on to it, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose it just holds on to it anyways. So then what I need to do is, what the heck is a file access ref? File access ref, hold on, one sec. I'm gonna refuse to just finish any ideas and instead talk in a really stilted manner. File access. File access. Fixed path. I'm wondering what to do, right? So maybe I don't even need to stream it. What I can do is I can snapshot. Yeah, okay. So instead of trying to stream the data from the file, I could just snapshot it and then rely on the regular logging utilities I have set up. But then the logs will be lying to you somewhat, because there are always going to be like kind of hidden oh, what the heck? Yeah, you'll always kind of have hidden logs. Worried about logs and filling the streamer's memory. Yeah. Yeah. Class stream peer. Stream peer is used for like pushing things over a socket, right? So it's not like a, at least I don't think it is, right? Is this what it's called? Yeah, stream peer. Yeah, unless there's a way to get a stream peer from a file. I don't know how to do that though. Oh, geez. Yeah, so this is a packet stream peer. Packet peer, stream peer. So how do I get this from? Yeah, so stream-based protocols such as TCP, but that's not like a file stream. Otherwise, will it work? Yeah, I suppose. I'm not sure how to get a stream peer from a file though. Like how would I get? Like this needs to be exposed, and I don't think a stream peer is exposed like that. Maybe it might be. So under OS, probably not memory. What is memory used for? Like I know what literally memory is used for, but I don't think this is something I have access to. Yeah. File access. Yeah, so unless one of these gives me back a stream peer, I don't think I have that thing. So we can look for stream. Yeah. None of these gives me back a stream. File. Does file give me back? Like I'm looking at file right now and I don't think I see anything about a stream. Or even up here. Like that's not really what you would use it for. It has roughly the same API, I'll give you that, but how would you, is there a way to set up a stream peer buffer? No. This also does not have any does not have anything associated with it either. Yeah, like this, like the stream peer is just a handle onto something. So I suppose what you could do is patch the engine so that one of these gives me back a stream peer, or so that one of the methods in a file gives me back a stream peer. I could do that. That would be weird. Can't use stream peer API to get data from IO and then convert back. Well, how do I create a stream peer from basically nothing at all? That's the question. Because the constructor for a stream peer, yeah, I would need to be able to. How would I? Oh my God, is this another case of like a friend class? Please don't be another friend. Yeah, actually, how does this how does this even get data? The constructor doesn't take any args. You're patching the engine expose file stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is I could just expose the file stuff, but how is this the stream peer work though? How does the stream peer work? Stream peer SSL. I'm more familiar with that, so I can look at the TCP stuff. Yeah, protected, so you're not allowed to look at these. These make more sense. And then, yeah, okay, so stream peer is just the API. So you should never have a stream peer just by itself. Okay. So network sockets. Write and read. Okay, well, you know what? Because of my very, very specific requirement of wanting to stream logs from a log file, guess what? The list of things to do grows ever longer. Use a server? No. How would I use a server? Yeah, I'm going to patch the engine, I think. But actually, before I patch the engine, I should do this first. Let me grab the current thing that I have, because I did recently build Godot on... I think that's wrong. Actually, oh, we can try it. Why not? Send it. So this should still be able to load and run stuff. Yeah, this is... Oh. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, because I'm doing this. This is wrong. Yeah, but yeah, we're going full native. So let me move this into... That's not stream stuff. Apps. Godot custom. There we go. Okay. Now we'll open up Godot. We're going to patch it. I really should stop doing this, but that's the fun part about Godot, is that you can patch it if you want. If you don't like how things work. And creates HTTP server in Godot. Yeah, I've seen that as well. And it was implemented just using the TCP server, which is neat. Yeah, I was thinking about using that for the rewrites of this thing whenever I get around to rewriting it. Because right now, when you want to connect to Twitch, you have to do it do a weird postman authentication thingy. So it'd be nice if this app could host its own web server. You know, push it out to your default web browser, then you accept, and then this continues on with the authentication process. That might be sick. But anyways, I'm not doing that right now. Sounds like a lot more. Yeah. Well, it's a lot of work for an end user, right? To have to, open up Postman, then you need to, provide your token. Then you need to grab the resulting URL, post it into your web browser. Instead, it'd be better if I could just set up a server in Godot that'll handle the callback somehow. But as far as I know, I'm also the only person that's using this piece of software anyway, so that's fine. Anyways, let's go to file access. Probably file access. Actually, hold on. File access Windows? What the heck is that? File access Windows. Is this where the... I am in Windows. I'm in Windows. Everybody's playing Rust on Twitch. Did Rust get an update? Or people are just streaming under the Rust programming language tag? Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrate. I was just opening up my water bottle to take a drink, so it's much appreciated. Twitch rivals. Thank you. Okay, so... I think I can patch this for sure. It's a bit tough how these are all virtual. File access creates a static, will set Unix position. Is this actually possible? Set Unix permissions on Windows? You shouldn't be able to do that. I don't think Windows has access to those bytes. Maybe it does, I don't know. Yes, it's possible. Interesting. If you use bash though? Okay. Yeah, I suppose that's true, yeah. I suppose that's true. File access. Yeah, it's probably this one. Okay, so create, and then I guess I'll patch it to be like, so these are public functions. This is file access. But then I still need to figure out where these are being exposed to GDScript. So it creates more problems than solving. Yeah, I can believe that. Hold on. Actually, I can just do bind methods and then just look through every single file. 924 files. That's good. Is there a way for me to... Are these alphabetized? I don't think they are. Yeah, it doesn't look alphabetized. Is there a way to filter by file when you're searching? In VS Code? That's fine to replace. Clear search results. Open new search editor. Collapse all. Regex? Well, it's not regex though, because this is... It's just a static function. Like, because I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Like, I don't know what the file name is, which is the problem. Like, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I want to filter these results by file. But instead, I just kind of have to skim it really hard with my eyes. I guess I can make it bigger so it's not as hard for me to see. How do you make it bigger? Appearance, zoom in. I am pressing. Oh no, I'm not pressing. I'm praying. You find it with extra art. Yeah, that's what I was asking. I don't know. There's match whole word, which is not true. Regex, that's not what I want. Like, I'm looking for the file because I don't know what the file is. If I knew what the file is, I wouldn't need to search, right? I wouldn't need to search if I already knew the file. But find in files. What the heck is find in files? If you put a paren, hey, you're finding a lot of files. Yeah, well, I'm just looking for anything that has bind methods. I guess I can search, right? So VS Code finds all filter file. Filter file list by name only. Quick search files and I am searching all files. That's not a problem. But then I want to search in this. We'll make it 2 arguments. Oh, okay. Ooh. Does it? Where do I put it? Yeah. But how do I separate it? Oh, just pipe. Doesn't look correct. Doesn't look correct. Pipe. Or. And look, it's looking for the space. Really? Are you sure? I have my doubts. Find all filter by file. Sure. I'm not searching for just a specific file type. Find a file by name. Yes, I know how to find a file by name. How do I search for files? Sure. I'm already using Control P. Very familiar with that. But I did that not working. I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working. quick open. No. Okay, files to include. Why don't I have that? Is it here? Oh, files to include. Wait. No. Because this is a path? File. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know. This isn't really a filter. This is just like a directory to search in. .h. Yeah, I guess that will help filter it. Yeah, that'll help filter a little bit. Like it cuts down about half of. Yeah, it cuts down to about half the results because we don't search inside the implementation, which is good, I guess. No, it's okay. Now I can just really quickly run through it. I wish there was a way to alphabetize this. That would make it a lot easier. Or actually, I might want to look through the C++ implementation, actually. That's actually probably a bit better. Because then I can just really quickly look at what they're doing. So hash config file, no. So somewhat ironically, it's now a bit too big. I'm having trouble reading it because my eyes have to move too much. Press open in editor. Okay, that's cool. No, this is just way too much for me to read now. Okay, make it smaller. And give me absolute way more. Okay, I didn't know that's what this did. It's cool. It's not super. What I want. There's the stream pure stuffs. E star, expression, inputs, animation. Oh, does that actually does? Oh, that means I can now search. Oh, if it's open in the editor, I can now search. I gotcha. So now, okay, that's actually. It's not quite what I was looking for, but it's close enough. It's not quite what I was looking for, but it's close enough. Okay. Actually, hold on. Bring me back. One of these video stream. Oh. Hold on, a video stream. I guess I can try to treat it like a. That's an idea. Okay. Here's an idea. What if I just treat it like a video stream? It's a bit jank. But it looks like a video stream can get a handle. Maybe not. Video stream resource handling. All right, so like what do you have though? Audio stream, video stream. All right, give me this implementation. What do you have? What other things are in bind method? Really, we're just looking for a big bind string block. Is there not a big bind string block? Bind method? There's not. Okay. What does this inherit from? What do you inherit from? Video stream playback. Video stream playback. Give me this. Which does not have a thing. Okay. Just write your own codec for logs. Absolutely not. What was that sound I made? What is it though? Binary? It looks like it's a texture. Yeah, there was a get file method. Yeah, so there's a get and set file method, but it's not what I need. Yeah, so there's get file, set file, but that doesn't really help me at all. Right? Yeah, bind methods. So we can get file and set file, but then if we're talking about like actually accessing stuff, I don't think that there's anything I can do there. Don't you want to get a file? Well, no, I want to get the file and then I want to stream the contents from the file. So whenever something is written to the file, I want to post that back to Godot. So I'm not sure. So this gets file access stuff. Okay, so yeah, so here's how I would do it if I was to implement my own codec, I guess. So like this is almost exactly what I would want, right? It's almost exactly what I would want. Like this is, yeah, this is almost exactly it, right? Yeah. So it creates a new thing in memory on the heap, pointer to a video stream, sets the file, creates a reference, a ref, to that stream. Yeah, and then that's it. Then that's it. That is so bizarre. I think that could totally work though if I did it like why did they use ref instead of other ref? So this is, I believe these refs are actually smart pointers. Don't quote me on that though. I'm pretty sure it's a smart pointer though. Okay, let's keep looking and then hopefully I can find something closer to what I want. So file. So the video streams, yep, these are all basically what I want. There's file dialog, not what I want. Object, no. File core binds. Hold on. Let's look at this. Okay, so this is the super secret list of everything that may or may not be exposed in GDScript. I'm assuming most of these are actually exposed though. Yeah. Sometimes they're not. Flushed? No, flush doesn't return anything that I can use though. At least I don't think it does. Like what I could do, or not the emote, oh sorry, what does the flushed emote look like? I'm not familiar with that one. Is that a better Twitch TV thing? Flushed? I don't know. But file open. We can look at this. Core bind. This is just in core bind. Interesting. Oh, and then it accesses the file access stuff. Interesting. I don't quite understand why this is here. Where's the file definition for file? Interesting. Are all like the core objects just here? What the heck is geometry? Is this OS? Yeah, it is OS. Okay, interesting. So all the core objects are just in core bind. That's blushing. What? Okay. Get error. I don't think get error is actually exposed in GDScript. Bring me back to file. Is get error exposed here? No, okay, there is an error, yeah. Get the last error. Store buffer, file exists. File, and then there's a virtual destructor, I guess, which changes. This is directory. We're not looking at directory. Huh. You know what I could do? What I could do, I'm thinking about it. I could do getLine. I could do getLine. Wait. Hold on. I can still use this as a stream. Maybe I don't actually need to patch it. Yeah, because this is kind of a stream by itself. I would just need to have it run on a loop. So, yeah, okay. Here's an idea. We can just check, yeah. We can just check for end of file reached. Or yeah, while not end of file reached, we'll just get line. Because every line is going to be... Actually, these are not totally correct, but it's close enough. Because I think at least my logs, yeah, my logs are all single line. Binary buffer log. Now, what I think I can do is I can just read. I create a new text thingy every single engine frame. Yeah. All right, let me just implement it really quick. I think I got it. It's weird though. It's weird. So we'll hold on to a file object. So file. And then in user logs, if you reopen the file every frame, okay, well, I'm not reopening the file every frame. I just open it once for reading. So we'll do file, open, user log. Where is this? This is logs, Godot log, logs, Godot log. Oh, then file, read. If not, or hold on, if it's not okay, then I guess we'll want to log something. We'll just do this as a raw print error, because actually app manager should be, yeah, app manager is actually intercepting all print errors, which is pretty sick, and then appending it to the logs. So unable to obtain log handle. Yeah, and then we just kind of keep it in memory. Then in process, yeah, well, I guess we'll do it in process, right? Maybe you see where I'm going with this. So this remains open because we have it just scoped at the class level, so it's never closed, right? It's never closed. I'll grab a reference to this. So on ready var logs is equal to preload. Oh, no, don't preload it. What am I doing? Logs. As VBox container, so we get a little bit of code completion. Then, if not file, end of file reached, then var label, and then I'll need to call the logs at some point as well. We'll worry about that when we need to worry about it, I guess. Because the idea is that I'll keep this open for as long as possible, but I don't know. I'll continue thinking about it. Label text is equal to file get line. And so I think get line should also increment the pointer, but I'm not actually sure. But Logger had a thing for rotating logs. Logger, but there's no like logger thing, right? I think that's logger is more of a. Actually, logger isn't even like a Python util, right? That's just something that you would usually roll yourself or use someone else's library, or like everyone's favorite library, log4j. Yeah, but I do know that Godot's log files can get almost infinitely big for whatever reason. Because I remember there was a point in time where this application became extraordinarily unstable depending on how long you were running it for, if only because I was accidentally log spamming the log file, and then every time you opened it, it would need to like rename the log. So like this is the most recent log, and then it would need to move the log over to like, okay, Godot.log, you know, timestamp, right? But then when it's trying to move like 50 gigabyte log files from, or trying to rename log files, it was taking forever, and thus sometimes it would just crash the entire application. Because I guess it loads the file into memory, maybe? I don't know how Godot renames logs, but that's what was happening. Is because of the log spam, the log files became like gigabytes in size, and then it was taking forever to rename them. Anyways, send me default GUI logs. I think it's unlikely that it's doing anything. Oh, it is. I just didn't add it. Yeah. Logs, add child, label. Yeah, why not? One more time, just to see if it works. Oh, look at that. Okay, cool. Look at that. I'm not sure how useful that is, but it seems cool, I guess. So what I can do here, just as a little test. Input event. So if event, or if input, I don't know why I'm doing this in the input singleton, but I'm doing it, is key pressed, key A, I guess. All right, so let's see what this does. It should be compress the log files. Absolutely not. Let me see. It was on key A, so then. Okay, so it's not actually working. Does it only get a snapshot of the file? Yeah, I think it's just snapshotting the file. So it's not actually, okay, so it's not working how I thought it was working. Oh, there is a logger, but do I have access to a logger? Is this yeah, I don't have access to that. But yeah, that's what the rotate logs thing is doing, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. Is that when it's rotating the logs, if your log file is too big, it'll crash. I guess I could just look at what it's doing. It's reaching NF file. Yeah, it's reaching NF file. But that's what I'm saying, is that it's probably snapshotting the logs here. So when I open it, it snapshots the log file and then doesn't... Actually, hold on. Wasn't there a function... in file to reread it? Maybe not. You're not reading by line. I am reading by line though. Right? So get line reads by line and then it increments me in the file, does it not? Is that not what it does? Hold on. Where were core binds? That's probably a bit closer to what I want. Core builders? Core... Can't read. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But it's snapshotting. It does get line. Hold on. Let me just see if the documentation is up to snuff. So I reads the next line of the file as a string. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's no way to refresh it. Is it in bind? Core bind? Yeah, core bind. Then we're looking for file. Is there anything that is not exposed to me here? Is there a way for me to refresh the file? I guess I could. Is open. I know it's open. End of file or reach is just a boolean. Get var? No. Get line? What if you loop back at end of file -1? What's end of file? Like I don't want to seek to a position. Yeah, like I'm not. Well, what I think is happening, because right here, what I'm doing, right, is I'm just continuously looping through the file in the process function, while it's not end of file. That's what I'm saying is it's probably snapshotting it, because I've never closed the file, right? I never closed the file, so that's not a problem. It's not a problem. Oh, and actually, that's actually how get as text works on the C++ side. None of them reading this. That's actually how that works as well. Is they do a get line, and then just build it like that, and then they seek you back to the original position. Yeah. So you can get as text as at any point in the file. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like it just snapshots you, which is unfortunate. File access. File access. OS, file access. Yeah, and it doesn't appear to be anything that I can mess with here either. Yeah. There's no like refresh here. So I guess it's not actually a real file handle. Didn't we talk this like a month ago? I don't think so. I don't remember talking about this before. I think logs are something I haven't really thought about too hard. Watching a file? Oh, yeah. If we're talking about watching a file, that's just to see if a file is changed, right? Yeah, and then we talked about just how you would implement it. So you would do like on like event callback, but event callbacks are still just the same as polling. But I would just need to, what I could do is just poll to see if the file changed, but I mean, that's obvious, yeah. But that would require me, the problem with that implementation is that it would require me to continuously open and close the file, which I don't want to do. That's why I'm trying to stream it, but it doesn't appear that Godot has file streams. It appears it just opens it. It isn't loaded immediately, but it also does not continuously update the thing in memory either. But I'm not sure actually how file I/O works on any platform, so maybe my understanding is just completely wrong. I know some about POSIX IO. Does POSIX IO just give you a raw handle to the file? If you log the virtual file in Godot, then write it later. But then I don't want to write it to... Yeah, I guess like my fallback idea was I would just have like a logger manager that holds all the logs. So anything that is ever logged by my logger class will also just be intercepted by the logger manager, I guess. Oh, you don't need to read the file. Yeah. Then it's just all kind of just held in memory, I suppose. I know for sure watching files makes sense though. Yeah, but then that means I need to, because it's a log file, right? It's not like it gets updated every once in a while, right? Like what happens if I accidentally log spam? Then it'll just cripple the entire application because it's just continuously opening, reading in like the new line, then closing the file again, which I don't want to do. Because yeah, I know that you absolutely do not want to open and close the file really, really quickly. That's bush leagues. I know that. I guess like having a log manager makes sense though, but I already have so many managers. I guess it's okay though in this case. So every manager has its own like logger, which is why I have a completely separate logger class, right? So that we're doing something that's akin to, I guess, enterprise level loggers, where you have a logger per big class. That's how it should be, because it's a one-way bind, I suppose. The log, yeah, okay. Let's create a new logger manager, and then the little logs UI here will just pull from the logger manager. So it'll just hold all the logs in memory for the current session. Yeah, okay. Abstract manager. So we'll call this the log manager. I want to see your manager. Unless you want to see logs from an outside source. Yeah, I suppose. It makes sense. It makes sense. I just was hoping I could come up with a better idea. But if this is the best idea, then that's no problem. It's whatever. It's whatever. All right, so what was that? Config manager. And then we'll base my implementation of log manager off of that. So there's the init. Doesn't do anything, although we do need to call init here if we want the super init function to also be called, strangely enough. So setup logger. So this is the log manager. The log manager has its own logger as well. Although I don't know what you would use or what you would even be logging from here, but I guess we'll think about it. Set up class. There's not too much to set up, right? I guess there's the connections and stuff. And then it also needs to register itself with the pub sub, so it reads in all the logger things. Log errors in the log manager and the log manager's log file. Well, I'm just using... Like, I want to piggyback off of Godot's built-in logging capabilities. I just want to be able to display it in the UI. That's all I want, as I want to have the errors be visible in the UI, so you don't always have to go to the log file. And then if you want, I can add a little, like, you know, open the raw logs, if you will. But that, of course, that will always be a snapshot. Right, so the idea is that this logger, or this log view, will be the running counts. And then, of course, I can always just add a button that's like, you know, open up, give me the raw logs from the actual log file. Like, that's not hard. But I do think it's nice to be able to see logs as they happen. Notification, log manager has encountered an unexpected error. This computer will now restart. Restarting in 3, 2, 1. So set up class. Yeah, okay. Let's do... I guess we'll just hold on to the logs. And then every now and then we'll just have to flush it. Or actually, I suppose in this way... Actually, this might be a good idea, because this means that I can keep track of how many logs there are. So if we ever start getting like a huge amount of logs, I can send a notification. So I can send like a initial warning, being like, okay, we have exceeded like 100,000 logs. You should probably stop using the application and check what the error is. Or possibly just restart the application just because. Yeah, just in case we cause some instability with huge log files. Yeah. Yeah, I guess this might actually be better, since it allows me to track what kind of logs there are. Oh, hello, Katie. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Death by throwing beans. Beans. Why are we throwing beans? Beans. The more you eat, the more you toot. Oh, hello. Where are you, a duck? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Let me change into my anime form. What is my anime form? This is my anime form. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Hello, I'm now an anime girl. The magical fruit, the more you eat, the more... Yeah. I knew it was something like that. Something like that. A nice VTube model. Oh, excuse me, viewer. This is actually the reference VRM model. So what I'm working on right now... Thank you very much for the... What were you working on, by the way? I'm assuming you were working on... hold on. I know some of your projects. Was it Murder Bot Mascots? I was working on anime AI code. I'm using some placeholder bean models for projectiles. Nice. Yeah. What I'm working on is, I guess there's nothing really to show here. I'm rewriting this entire application. So I wrote OpenCPHG. It is available on GitHub, which is available under my profile. Murder Bot Mascots. I see. I know things. But yeah. So it's undergoing a total rewrite. This is where I am so far. So we'll just do the default runner stuff. So I think the original version, this is more or less the original version, which is super patchworky, kind of hard to work with, which is an understatement, because all of the back-end stuff is just kind of spaghetti on top of more spaghetti, some of which may or may not be undercooked. So we're doing a complete rewrite, better stuff. We have logs. because I know that one issue I ran into at some point was if there's a lot of log spam from the application, when the application is trying to rotate the logs, I think it loads everything into memory and then, you know, timestamps it appropriately. But sometimes, because of log spam, the log file will be like 20 gigs, which will then crash the entire application because, as it turns out, taking up 20 gigs of memory is, that's a lot of memory to take up. That happens sometimes. So that's what I'm trying to work on that right now. But most of it's already done. I'm just working through the UI stuff now. So timer. So I'm writing in a utility right now to hopefully preemptively catch like the log spam so that we don't accidentally write a 20 gig log file and then subsequently crash the application every time it tries to rotate the log. As fun as that might be, it's kind of a nightmare to debug. Let me see, on timeout. Name doesn't matter, but just makes it easier for me to see. But yeah, I guess if you want to drop some links in chat, KT, if you're still around, I don't know. I know I kind of went off on a tangent. Yeah. My bot is very lenient. And also, like, only works about 75% of the time. So, because I'm pretty sure it is just randomly getting timed out by Twitch sometimes because of how my my implementation works, because that's done in Golang, and then it's a very bad Golang implementation because I have it set to auto restart whenever it encounters an error. So sometimes it's probably the same problem where it's some sort of spam and then the little container the little container that it's running on just runs out of memory, so it just nukes itself, and then Twitch gets hit by like a bunch of like connection spam and then times out my bot. It still works sometimes though. Yeah, it's not night bots. Yeah. So I've been trying to patch it, but like this thing broke. Thanks for lurking. It's not able to get your name. Highlight clip on the new enemy projectile thrower beans. So const. How many logs should we have? So like log max. We can have up to probably 1 million. Is that 1 million? That's 1 million. Yeah, if you have any more logs than 1 million, because we can have up to a total of roughly 2.1 million, but that's like a really big log file. Actually, yeah, if 1 million seems like a lot. That still seems like a lot. 100,000. So on timeout. So if log size is greater than log max. Is that a built-in, by the way? Hopefully not. So print error. Log size. Oh, actually, we already have the logger, right? So thanks. Yeah. Yes. Show off how broken my bot is. I blame Twitch. Twitch, your API sucks. They keep changing things on me, and I just don't have enough time to get around to updating stuff. Max log size of this thing reached. This is probably a bug. Log max. Okay. And I should not nuke the program at this point. To do, I need to like pop up something to the user. So to do, add notification pop-up, because this is pretty important. Usually I have the ability to do like a toast pop-up, which is, you know, your classic mobile application style notification where it just kind of like pops in from the top, or in my case with this application it actually pops up from the bottom. I think I can trigger it here if I do this. Nope, hold on. Yes, okay, I've done it. So there's the toast. Look how cool it is. And then they just turn off by default. You see, timer connect, then timer. What other timer stuffs are there? There's auto start. We want that to be true. Timer. What other stuff is there? Is there like a restart? Wait time should just be 1 second. Paused, one shot. False. Oh, and then I also need to remember to add child timer, because timers exist in the scene tree. Oh, actually, I can't use a timer because these are not scene tree objects. Okay, this makes sense. Yeah, and these also don't have a reference to the containing object either, which makes sense. Okay, so instead of using a timer, we can just use a counter. That's easy. Process, delta, float. This is pretty light, but actually still slower than using a timer. That's fine though. Or actually, no. We can just do this, app manager, add child. So we can just add this directly to the app manager, which is my global singleton manager. Can only be called from an instance. Oh, sorry, AM. There we go. I think for POSIX.io, you might use mmap to randomly access file by mapping it to memory pages. I don't know if it's lazily read or not. Yeah, I'm not super into. If I can avoid OS specific things, I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. OS get time. No, each file in their each file's API thing has the ability to get the file modified time, just not on the file handle. So I'm almost sure at this point how Godot's file reading capabilities work is that it's not a handle onto the file. Like it snapshots the file somehow, so it's not completely loaded into memory. It's just kind of hanging out somewhere. Or no, what it's probably doing is it's probably creating a temp file in your file system. Yeah, when it has the file handle. So we can actually test that. Here's a new enemy AI at work. Ooh, enemy AI. All right, 1 second. So we go to, where is it? There's my real name. Don't steal it. Although I did just file my taxes, so I guess my record is clear, so go ahead, I suppose. Elden Ring, don't ignore that. Got a lot of garbage in here. Then logs. Oh, it doesn't snapshot it? Interesting. Well, I don't know how it works then, but it's not updating as fast as I would want it to. Oh, did I not show up in my stream avatars? Oh. Is it possible that this got borked? It's possible. Yeah, you know what? It's possible that I got disconnected. Hold on. There's no way at this point to reconnect. Yeah. Hold on. We'll just hard reset it. I swear my software is highly tested. Actually, that's not true. I swear my software works. It's just not highly tested. It works sometimes. Apologies. It's very easy to get booted. It's very easy to get booted from the Twitch API. And then if you don't properly handle reconnects, which I thought I was, but maybe it's not anymore. Anyways, look at the highlights. Unfortunately, I don't actually have headphones plugged in. We'll just watch it like this. I won't be able to comment on any of the audio. I have headphones plugged into a different computer. Okay. I like the wall running stuff. I've tuned in a few times, mostly as a lurker. Yeah. Everyone loves a good movement shooter. There's a lot of that, I guess, Quake DNA in it. Like the new SMG. Big fan, big fan. But, where's the double-barreled shotgun? I think in multiplayer games, I tend to prefer like guns where you don't have to aim as hard. But I think when I'm playing against AI, I prefer like the big, hard-hitting weapons. Because at least with AI is predictable to some extent. But playing against people, I prefer automatic weapons because I can snapshot once, or I can snap once, and then after that, just give up on life. A double barrel, I guess a single barrel break action. Ooh, single barrel break action. It's like a hunting shotgun. Yeah, aren't most double barrel shotguns like the Doom 2 double barrel shotgun is also a break action, right? Yeah, single barrel break action shotgun with a sniper scope. It's a hunting shotgun. Yeah, at that point, you have a mic but no speakers or headphone. Yeah, I have a different computer on this side that have just random stuff playing. Because that's generally how I work. Generally how I work. Is hold on. Forgot what I was talking about. This is generally how I work, where I just have random things playing in the background. So like, that's how I see most TV shows. That's not how I watch anime though. Since I don't watch anime with dubs because I am not a psychopath. I watch subs, which also requires a bit more attention. The twist is it has better accuracy than a pump action shotgun. Yeah, it's the classic video game thing. Yeah, it's like a hunting shotgun. That's what I was saying. That just like a hunting rifle. Like all the hunting rifles I've used were all bolt action. And they, for whatever reason, also use stripper clips, but I don't know why my friends had a hunting rifle with a stripper clip, but here we are. No magazine, non-removable magazine, bolt action. There's also a 22 rifle, so I guess that might have something to do with it. Redesigning the break action to have a bit more of a sci-fi look and giving it a single take, double take from Titanfall. Under stripper clips, it's what you see when you look at hot tub streams on Twitch. Okay, I'm sorry, that's rude. I mean, a lot of early bolt action rifles were in clip fed. Yeah. It's just uncommon for a modern rifle to be I guess clip fed, I suppose. But it does require less maintenance. But yeah, a stripper clip is hold on. Room handle Mauser. So these use stripper clips generally. Let me see if I can stripper clip. And then you can find, yeah, that looks like a good one. Yeah, that's horrible. That's also an eBay listing. Piece of metal, yeah, so this is the stripper clip. That's the magazine. I did not use something that looked like this, although I would like to fire one of these at some point. It looks cool. Looks pretty sick. So usually on a gun, most guns that most people are familiar with, they are magazine fed or they're, I guess, tube fed, as with most shotguns, which is what the pumping thing on a shotgun is used for, is that you pump a new round from the tube. This is clip fed, so it's fed from a clip. I'm not actually sure, are like machine gun, like heavier machine guns, are they clip fed or are they, I guess they're belt fed. Yeah, it's not like a clip. Although some historical mounted guns, maybe not mounted guns, but you know, we're clip fed. So it's like a nail gun, kind of. Whenever you push the bullets into a gun from a stripper clip to load the gun, important note, you usually remove the clip before firing the gun. Usually, yeah. I guess isn't like the M1 Garand is technically uses a stripper clip, but you don't actually remove the clip. You just kind of push the entire thing into the gun, and then that's what the ping is for. Yeah. I know things sometimes. I know things. All right, so then we'll do this pub sub. Connect logger rebroadcast. Okay. Oh, hold on. Here, logger rebroadcast self on log received. Something like that. Non-static function connect can only, oh, right. AM pub sub, yeah. It's not referred to as a stripper clip. It's an on block. Oh, I'm sorry. I've never fired the weapon, so I have no idea. I've never fired an automatic weapon. I've only fired, it's not a Glock. It was a something close to a Beretta. Fired a few shotguns, no 12 gauges, but that was also when I was a lot younger. Where it was actually, might have been considered fairly risky for me to be firing a weapon at that point, because when you're like only 80 pounds, firing a big gun kind of just pushes you back, especially when you're shooting skeet. I was also very bad at shooting skeet because I always closed my eyes right before I shot, which is something that you're absolutely not supposed to do. So it's not like a nail gun because you have to remove the clip before firing. Yeah, shooting guns, it's fun. It's kind of intense. It's almost the same as, like, firing a gun is not as easy as people think. It's like almost the same as learning martial arts as well, where you need to train yourself to unlearn certain things. So like when you hear a loud noise, most people will kind of flinch. Or when you're about to get hit, you'll also flinch because shooting a weapon has some recoil to it, especially if it's like a big gun, right? And so if you want to be able to fire accurately, or if you want to do martial arts well, it's the same thing. You need to train that reflex out of you, which is also why it's not easy to fire a gun you haven't fired before if it's like completely different. I guess like pistols more or less have the same amount of blowback, whatever, unless you're firing a pistol with like a like 38 special or 50 Magnum, which I have not fired before. I would expect that those would hurt a bit more to... I've never fired a revolver as well. I would like to fire one day. Classic American, etc., etc. So, logs. So we'll do the label thing here. We can still subscribe to everything here. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. So we'll go to App Manager. Maintain a reference to the logs. So log manager needs to be initialized in this order. So log manager. Yeah, something like that. Because order of initialization is very important in these steps. I got the grab food. First, I've only fired an M16 Real Steel. Is that like is that a reference to the Real Steel movie? Is Real Steel what the movie's called, by the way? How old is that movie, Real Steel? Oh, it's 2010. Oh. Well, spoilers, I'm not a zoomer. A handful of airsoft weapons. Yeah, airsoft is fun. I don't like playing with other people in airsoft though, because it always have the cheaters. I know I didn't get shot. Even in paintball, there's a lot of cheaters. Ugh, I hated playing paintball as well. I always got so mad. I remember once, or at least one time, I was playing paintball. And this dude was absolutely cheating. Like I saw him get hit 100% just in the face, and I just saw him wipe the paint off his helmet. That's a reference to not being an airsoft weapon like my actual collection. Nice. Yeah, I saw that dude wipe the paint off his helmet, so I was alright. Like everyone, you start shooting, I'm gonna like go around. I go around him, and instead of like, you know, yelling to surrender, because, you know, adrenaline was pumping, instead of just unloaded into the dude, like I was like right next to him because he was, you know, he's distracted, right? I unloaded into him and I was like, I got you. He's like, what? How did you do that? And then we just unloaded the entire like hopper into each other. That was a bad day. It was a bad day. Just a huge bruise. Like all huge bruises mostly on my arm because I was like, you know, gotta turn. That dude got lit up though. I also got lit up though. Fun times. But no. Mostly fired a lot of rifles. If we're talking about guns I've fired before. Log manager. That's fine. Then here in the actual logs view, we'll have to pull from App Manager, which is the singleton manager. Log manager. Oh, then this needs to be just logs. Sorry. Logs. So for I in logs func add log. Okay, there we go. So move all of this stuff here, break it out. We don't need to hold on to a file handle because I don't think it makes any sense if the handle is static. It appears to be static. It doesn't appear to refresh itself. I could patch the engine, but I'm not going to. It's kind of a waste of time. It adds to the amount of things that I have to maintain. So we'll do add log I. So doing things this way still opens the user up to log spam, but at least it's fine. am pub sub connect logger rebroadcast. So we'll do the same thing as we did in the log manager because we don't want to. We want it to be event based. We don't want to be polling based, even though events are already polling based anyways at some level. So on log, some sort of text. Oh, actually, yeah, this is the same implementation, so I can reuse the connection, whatever. here. So just manually call it like that. Okay. There we go. Send it. Okay, cool. So this is everything, and then I can also do, I think, oh, I took it out. Process if input is, thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Let me finish this up really quick. We'll do print error. We don't even need to use the real logger. All right, I wasted more time than I thought I would on that before just falling back to just doing an in-memory type of logger. I suppose what I could do, yeah, because I don't think Godot has any, yeah, there's no way for me to access the actual log file, and I'm also pretty sure I shouldn't, yeah. Let me test this really quick, by the way. I'm pretty sure I don't want to just clear the log file just by itself. Yeah, okay, cool. So one, normally we wouldn't be able to capture that, but I have patched the engine to allow for that. But also, what happens if I do this? I've never tried just refreshing the log like that, because you can see here it actually says it's 0 kilobytes because it's actually being handled by something in memory, and I shouldn't be able to access it. Yeah, it's open in Godot engine, which is weird. That's weird. I feel like that almost implies that Godot has a handle on the log file, but it doesn't actually share it with me in user code, which is kind of strange. But I don't know. I don't see anything that I can access here in the logger. You can use Resource Manager to view open file descriptors for a process. I think it's not build binary for release. Oh, what do you mean? Build binary for release. And then I don't need to view the file descriptor because I know which log is the most recent one. The most recent log is always going to be godot.log. You're running from there. Yes, this is true. What's the... What do you mean? Even when you build the binary... Actually, I wonder how this is working, actually, because these should be using the same log file, actually. Or at least this should be using the same log file as the editor. It would use logs regardless for its debugging purpose. Well, engine logs are stored somewhere else, aren't they? But... yeah, I guess I don't really know how it works. Because this is almost certainly using the same log. So if I just kind of click stuff around, does it just kind of overwrite? No, maybe not. Or maybe it just loses the log. Or is this part of the older log? I'm interested. Which is the most recent one? It's probably this one? No. Is it this one? Does it just not exist? You know what? That's something I've never really thought about. Is like what's happening between these logs and the editor logs. I don't know. But anyways, that's more or less done. Lots of humming and hawing for almost no benefit at all. Sounds about right for my style of programming. Let me see. I think I can do a... Well, one, I think I should probably be using a... Instead of using a scroll container with a bunch of little log things, I should probably be using a text edit. And then 2, I should be using I should have a few buttons. So this is like, I don't know, like a copy button. So we can copy the logs if you just want to copy and paste them. The reason why I'm working so hard on this is because the current error reporting functionality in OpenCV GD is kind of bad. So copy to, no, this is open. So this will try to open in whatever text editor, whatever the default text editor is. All right, so give me logs add child. I'll need to change this to be a text edit. So now it's very ugly. How sad. Size flags. Boom, boom. Theme overrides. Styles. It's going to be read only. Draw tabs. Bookmark. No. Do you have color highlights for arrow types? I do not. How do you... I've never tried to do color highlighting, although that would be pretty sick. All I have for arrow types are like... are these. So yeah, I have info. It's very Java style. Everything I do in terms of like this enterprise fanciness is Java style. Because that's all I know. How sad. Okay, so read only. This. So it's read only. Content margin. Hit it with a 5555. And then normal. I guess should also just be 5555. Something like that. Then yeah. I should probably look into that. But that's not needed for a 1.0 release. Definitely not. Text plus equals new line. Like that. A little bit of string formatting magic. Okay, cool. So there's just the one empty line. We can simply info is equal to color white. How do you... Is that something I can do? I've never tried. I've never tried. Let me see. Text edit. Color highlighting. Oh, is that one of the theme overrides? Wait. No? Fonts, icon styles, and logger when you put label. Oh, no, but I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing any of that anymore. What I'm trying to do is I've changed it to be a text edit so that you can actually, you know, grab parts of, oh, geez. No, not those. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Hold on. Styles. Oh, geez. Get me out of here. Bring me back. Theme overrides. No colors. Styles. So read only. That's good enough. Focus. Should be an empty style box. This one we can change to be somewhat dark, actually. So change the color pick. I don't know, this one? Yeah, it looks all right. Corner detail, that's fine. Content margin, 5555. BB code, probably rich text. Yeah. Does a text edit support BB code? Oh, I can add a keyword color. Oh, okay. Add a keyword and its color. I don't really know what that means, but let's try it. This could be kind of cool. VB code in rich text label. This is not a rich text label. This is a text edit. It's totally different. But I think what we can do is add color. Is it add color region? No. What was it? Add keyword color. Add keyword color. So longs, add keyword color. Info. No. Error. And then this requires a color. So let me see. Web maroon. Yeah, web maroon's pretty good. I like that. What does that look like? Nope. Doesn't appear to work. How does that work? Add keyword color. Adds a keyword in its color. Yeah. Adds a color region and given the delimiter and its colors. Line only. Maybe I want color region? Or is it because it's read only that you can't see anything in it anyways? That might be it. Context menu, selecting enable, yes. Scroll vertical. Is there anything I need here? It's probably syntax highlighting, right? I think I do want to use the color region thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh. I guess that's kind of cool, but that's not quite what I was looking for. So I suppose highlight all occurrences. Let's keep tweaking this. Add color region. Begin key. End key is a new line. Color. What does red look like? Is it just red? Rebecca purple? Alright. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Okay. That's really all we need. Yeah. There's info and then there's error. Yeah. It's beautiful. Send it. Ship it. Yeah. One thing. Oh, I can't because I do need to implement copy and open. Okay. So copy, connect, pressed self on copy, and then also open. Most of these should be pretty easy. On open. So these are just on copy. I think there's an OS function that allows me to copy something to your clipboard. Clipboard. Should actually search for that. Yeah, OS clipboard. The clipboard from the host OS might be unavailable on some platforms. That's fine. So OS. I think on Android this might not be available, but that's fine. Or actually, also this should be, boom. Hold on, I've made a few mistakes. I don't know what I'm doing, clearly. Like that. Logs, text, and then function on open. Let me just grab all the stuff here. So this is Godot log location. Godot log, or path. Should be user, back, front, left, right. Welcome back. User, logs, Godot logs. So then we'll just hit this with a OS shell open Godot log path. I'm pretty sure this will always work on Windows. I'm 90% sure that on well, maybe not both my Linux boxes, but at least on my Fedora box, this will not work. But yeah, copy should work. Yeah, why not? Reopen it. He's done it. And then open. You need a new app to open this user link. Maybe not. What about that was wrong? Godot log path. So it's user logs. Maybe what I could do is I could globalize that path. So isn't user equal home in Linux? Well, how this works, it's like shell open, is it tries to use the built-in file opening utility for whatever you pass to it. So in Windows, it's pretty easy because Windows just works everywhere. That's why, like, even though people love to, say, oh, Linux is better, it's more customizable. That's the problem, right? Is that it's more customizable. So, like, I know for me, I have changed a lot of or I've unset a lot of the defaults in Linux. Because I hate it when apps just like, hey, like, we want to open your text editor. Please don't open my text editor for me. But in this case, this is one of the few instances where, yeah, like, please open the default text editor, which I don't have one on my Fedora install. I uninstalled it. So everything just goes through the shell. I guess maybe I might have... I might try to open it in VS Code, now I'm thinking about it, on Linux. At least on my install. Depending on what it did for the... I know, like, there's the XDG path stuff. Okay, look at that. Opens in a notepad. Beautiful. Or you can copy. Yeah, and also, by the way, you can just keep this open or push it off to the side if you want. Mine's nano in the shell. Yeah, well, shell, I have the shell editors I have set appropriately, but what Godot does is it tries to use whatever the defaults are. So I believe on Linux it looks for the XDG editor. I think that's what it's called. Is that what it's called? XDG editor? Is that what it's called? Or is it just XDG open? I don't know. All I know is that mine is kind of borked. As a result of having to install corporate software and then also messing up a few kernel upgrades. But we're too far in now, and I'm also billable on a project. So I can't just reinstall. Maybe user input for external editor. Nope. We'll just try the defaults. Windows will always work, I know that. Linux, you'll just have to copy it, I guess. Messing up kernel upgrades. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I had to install a few custom kernel modules for work. Because there are a few monitoring tools and backup tools. But you're also just allowed to, it's something that you have to do if you don't run RHEL on your system. Because at least if you're running RHEL, they can be managed via like satellite or something, Red Hat Satellite. But for consultants, they just let you install whatever you want as long as it's RHEL based. So if you want, you could run CentOS. Don't say CentOS. Although I suppose some older people do call it CentOS, which is hilarious. Or CentOS stands for Community Enterprise OS. And then depending on where your accent is from, there are other things as well. H-split container. Because like I don't say CentOS, I say CentOS. Yeah, I run Fedora though. I suppose there's other ones, but might as well just, if you're supposed to be running rel, just use the two things also provided by Red Hat. So settings, I'm not gonna do any of the setting stuff just yet, but what I will do, yeah, so I can add a tree, and then I can also add a tree view, I guess. So panel container will be the other one, and then something like that. We'll just kind of fudge it, I guess. So settings, GUI, pop-ups, yeah. Settings, this one's pretty easy. I won't do the tree view just yet, but it is kind of a pain to create tree views, for sure. Menu bar. What distribution are you using at work? Red Hat? No, I'm using Fedora. Also, by the way, I usually test OpenCFace GD on my work laptop. Don't tell my boss. I don't think they have visibility on what I'm doing though. If only because I didn't intentionally mess up my kernel modules, my kernel module installation. But no one's talked to me about it. I do know I messed it up though. Because my Kerberos stuff is also improperly configured. God, I just am horrible at doing a lot of this stuff without like the usual management tools of like, oh, just run this Ansible playbook or whatever, or even just like a raw shell script. Yeah, but what does happen is that whenever I have to use like any like company services, I do have to use like my external ID to log in. Doesn't that mean a work PC, but you have servers at work? Well, see, that's the difference, is because I'm not like I'm a consultant. I'm a professional services, actually. So I don't actually use too many like company resources, but they do want to monitor me. It's a weird situation, right? It's a weird situation. A work PC about you. So the servers at work are all Windows. Well, no. My work PC is Fedora. My project PC is Windows, and then the servers we work on are Red Hat. And then what kind of Red Hat server they are, it depends, because sometimes, I guess Core OS is not technically Red Hat. Core OS is, I'm actually not sure what Core OS is, but that is the other thing that I have access to. But those are all ephemeral, which is kind of a pain. So we are like multiple levels of too far gone. So debug console. Okay, let's do debug console. Should be pretty fun, I think. Let's do, I think this one's pretty easy. It's just a VBox container. And then probably a text edit that we'll just append to, and then have to every now and then clean up as well, maybe. I should really stop doing the this scroll container thing I've been using all this time. It doesn't work very well. And then this should be a line edit for sure. Yeah, there we go. This one, it's read only. Highlight current line, no. Syntax highlighting, line numbers, draw tabs. We'll do all this stuff. Everyone loves a good debug console. This one, not going to implement just yet either. Because I'm not sure how this would even work. Because I know that someone has already written a debug console add-on for Godot. I should probably take a look at how they implemented it. I have a pretty good idea of how to make it work though. Because of how Godot works, you can just reach into the scene tree at any point and then poke at it. So it doesn't matter where you are in the scene tree. You can just, yeah, as long as you are in the scene tree, you can interact with everything else in the scene tree. Debug console. Yeah. So I don't foresee this being super difficult. Hold on. Output, input. Ready var output. Not preload. Output. Input. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. We'll need to connect to several of these. And by several of these, I mean just inputs. Connect, is it... What is it? Text entered. Tree entered, text entered. Text entered, yes. On enter. Console for calling functions. It's what it sounds like. It's a debug console, so it's mostly for like directly interacting with the scene tree. I have an idea on how to do that, by the way. I don't really want to. Yeah, okay. What is like Godot? Is it called Godot Debug Console? Is that what the add-on is called? In-game console? Godot console? There we go. I've seen several apps use this. But how did they do it? And also, okay, so it's MIT licensed. I'm just gonna take a peek at how they did it. This one's the most popular at 500. Let me see. Oh, they're doing the Java thing. They're doing the Java thing. Console. They're doing the Java thing. But Godot is closer to structure in Python closer to structure like to Python. So Python, you're only supposed to do like single nested. You don't need to have the org. Although I guess they do have just several implementations. Yeah, that's fine. New line at the start of the file. Confirmed alien. What am I looking for? Add command. How do you... Console line, command, arguments? Eh? How is this run? I really want to look at your implementation. I know how to do a console. Type help. Okay, so does the console have a few built-in commands? Is there a console that you've used before? I would prefer to not use someone else's implementation. Although this one does look pretty well written. Init base commands. Self base commands. Who? Do base commands just kind of float? Are they pre-parsing defined keywords? Yeah, it looks like you can add keywords by doing something like add command. Let me just increase the size so it's a bit easier to read with args. Yeah, add command, name, target name. And also they don't have any, no static typing, but you do have this kind of weird Python style docstring. Or it's like, it's Python style, but like, no, this is how you would do it in Java, right? Because this isn't C# style. If you're doing it C# style, you would have the weird XML formatter. Yeah. Perfect place to put your Lisp. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. The Lisp is still in progress. But I do want to get this done. People have been bugging me about it. What is with the new line at the start of the file? Console add command. So does this is the console, add command, register. Does this have like a default implementation associated with this? Add command quit. Hey. Is quit a... Oh, it is. Look at that. Okay. What is help? Help. Okay, set target FPS. Oh, I see. No, that's not how I want to do my console though. Because this requires like actual commands. Or this requires like scripts to already be pre-written. I suppose that's not true because of how I'm structured this entire application. I can just hot load a script. Yeah. What I was thinking was I would kind of maintain, it would be closer to like a REPL, read, evaluate, print loop. So you could just run raw Godot commands. It's kind of weird. Oh, you know what? I think I have this. No, I don't have this loaded yet. This is the perfect place for advanced expression GD. Oh baby. Okay, I've got it. Call expressions? No, you can't use... Expressions are extremely limited, and they're not very good. Yeah, because you can't really do anything with an expression, because the expression is really only arithmetic. It's like user input arithmetic, and then... like, it has to be like a function name or something. Which I'm not a fan of. Because everything has to be pre-done, which is good if you want things to be sandboxed. Is not good if you want flexibility. So let me grab advanced expression GD, grab the add-on. This is what I was trying to work on, by the way, before, like a few weeks ago, was a dependency manager, because now I'm pulling all the dependencies I was working on before. So GDML, GD Lisp, advanced expression. I wrote all these things, but now I just need to copy and paste them, and now they're going to get super out of sync. I like to call native functions, but yeah. Well, I mean, with advanced expression, I can still call a native function. Most people are into that. Yeah, but like, it's a debug console, right? Like, that's the point of a debug console, is that it can just call random stuff. Oh, but this one, let me see. Is this advanced enough for me to pass in just random? Yeah. I can add params. Yeah, okay. And then I can kind of build up a... Yeah, okay. Let's add this as a to-do, because it's starting to get very complicated again. And also, I don't think it returns anything, maybe? We can have a, like a temp object. Temp. Let's call it temp. You know what I wish OS to be like? I don't. Please tell me. It elucidates me on what you would wish OS would be like. AE is preload this thing. Every button has a built-in script. Right click, you see its scripts. Every element. You mean in like Godot? So like there was like a debug thing, and then you can, you know, like right click anywhere and then like see the script that's associated with it. Just OS. Hey. Just like a Windows, at the Windows level or Linux level or Mac level? Is that what you're talking about? I don't think that's how operating systems work. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think they're scripted like that. Yeah, it calls functions, but they're not really. Or are you talking? You want to see like what the function calls are? I don't think it's really that simple though. I don't think it's actually that simple. There's I'm sure that you could just, if you were to somehow get like a debug version of Windows, or even like, isn't there like I know on Linux there's a kernel parameter to turn like verbose logging, and then you can hopefully grab the stack trace at any point in time. But isn't like Windows view syscall for action, so you can kind of capture syscalls, because the various syscalls associated with certain actions are kind of opaque, right? It's not really something that's captured at at any point, right? Because the underlying APIs do a thing, but then what exactly they map back to might not be visible. Oh, you know what? This is where my experience at GD Lisp comes into handy. Guess what? This is the same idea as GD Lisp. So we have an env, and then you can just build up a bunch of variables like this. Okay. So every single function call will store the results in the env. Yes, okay. So then I'll need to come up with an API for interacting with things that are in the current environment. Yeah. Let's add it to do here. Most of the setting stuff, like this one, is not high priority. Implement using advanced expression. Store results in env. That way, menu item copy, right click, see scripts attached from a menu, put somewhere else. Minimize the main app, but copy button stays on screen. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how an OS works. I don't think that's how an OS works. I think for anything that has to do with like it's poking at like super low level stuff, you can't just do that. I think if you were to build an OS in Godot, you totally could do that, but I think at some point, once you get low level enough, it's just pointers. Everything is just a pointer. So even if you knew what the API call was, it wouldn't tell you anything. It would just be like, all right, like allocate thing on heap, do a thing. It's like, yeah. Like push pointer to this process. Like, okay. What process? I don't know. It was a pointer, so it'll figure itself out. You know, good luck. Store results in env and add interface for accessing. Okay, so that's the debug console. Doesn't do anything, but that's fine. That's the point. Pop up new debug console. Oh, and then I need to do. One day in the future we won't need to compile. I don't think that's true as well. Not to be like an elitist or whatever. Like I think that's kind of like where my dad's at, actually. that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of where my dad's at. Like my dad used to be like a Fortran, COBOL, C programmer, but now he's all on board the Node.js. He doesn't really do JavaScript, but he does Node.js. Whereas like, where that means he doesn't do web programming, but he does, you know, back-end stuff using JavaScript and Python. So like he absolutely hates static typing. Absolutely hates like compilation. Whereas I'm kind of going back the other way, where I was like, man, I kind of wish I could compile more stuff. I really like static typing, and then I think if you're using static typing, at some point there is going to be like a compile step depending on how strict it is. We have OS and web. Yeah, I think I have seen some of the few like OS, somewhat the pseudo OS implementations in JavaScript, but it's like it's just like a really limited VM, isn't it? Unless your entire OS is just a VM. Which I get, that's kind of what Windows 11 is, right? Because even Windows 11 runs Windows in a hypervisor. Isn't that true? Or have I been misinformed? So in-app help. This one should actually probably be like a H-split container. Windows is trash, that's true. Windows is trash, but it's the best we got. Like, what else are you going to use, right? Like, are you gonna use a Mac? I don't think so. Have to use everything Apple wants you to use. Like, when I'm working on other people's systems, I like using a Mac. Usually because I'm deploying to Linux, anyways. But if you want if you want compatibility, and hopefully, like, if you want compatibility but still want some options, Windows is the best you got. If you want like total customization, you use Linux. Well, and then also, by the way, this is talking about like end user stuff. So the easiest one for sure is Mac, because you can guarantee that everyone's systems will be the same. But then you also have to play inside Apple's playground, use all their tooling, which is a pain. Which I strongly dislike. macOS is more trash, Linux is less trash. Yeah, I guess like all OSs are trash, but Windows I feel like is, at least when you're making consumer software, Windows is the least trash. Now if we're talking about, you know, enterprise deployments where I have total control over, you know, what things are installed, system specs, etc., I would prefer Linux. But then I would also prefer developing on Mac. Chrome OS is decent. Chrome OS is just Linux, but it's like a thin, it's Gen 2 with a thin wrapper around like Chrome, or it's Gen 2 built around just using Chrome plus a terminal. Android is garbage. Yeah, Android is pretty garbage. Yeah, no, Chrome OS is just Linux, but like with a wrapper. Like I use Chrome OS to get through all my programming classes in college. If only because I didn't actually use Chrome OS. I was running Gallium OS, which is just Linux. Yeah, Android is kind of garbage. iOS is pretty sick. From what I've used of it, which is, to be fair, not very much. Have not done very much, not very much of that stuff. You see styles. This is read only. Don't highlight anything. Read only. Empty. Focus. Empty. Normal. Empty. Yeah. I think there's already a content margin as well. Centralized Linux, right? Has better stability, not like a distribution. I suppose. I mean, there are alternative Android spins that you can also run. Like you can run Postmarket OS. There's the other ones. I can only think of Postmarket OS. Is post-market OS even being used? And I know that there's also like the just regular stripped down Linux distributions that you can try to run on your phone. Like there's the Librem 5, there's PinePhone, etc. Yeah, PinePhone. You know, I actually worked with somebody who they were running a PinePhone as their primary phone. This is back when I did like a really quick stint at a crypto company. You know, sorry you had to hear it this way. I left because as it turns out, even people who work in crypto don't understand what crypto is. Man, like, yeah. It was absolutely horrible. Like, you have people who are just like, yeah, I like writing software, and the pay is good. And then you have, like, weirdos who... Like, that one person who was using a PinePhone as their primary phone. Like, they were nice enough, but they were, you know... One of those, you know, like, tinfoil hat kind of people. Not to throw shade. If you like wearing tinfoil hats, that's on you. I think you do have to... you do have to acknowledge it's kind of weird. But yeah, like the tinfoil hat people at the crypto company didn't really understand I guess the use cases of crypto, but they were more interested in like the hashing algorithms and all that. The people who were just there to make a quick buck were like, yeah, this is gonna be the future of everything. I was like, man, no one here is under... What the heck? It doesn't make any sense. I'm in danger. Ubuntu Touch. Yeah, Ubuntu Mobile. What? Yeah, I've never run any of those things. I'm kind of a normie when it comes to phone stuff. I've actually considered just going back to like what if I just get a flip phone again? I miss the days of flip phones, man. And that might be me showing my age. Like, oh no, back in my day, all we had. Well, I suppose my first phone was an LG Music. Is that what it was called? LG Music? I feel like I've talked about this before. LG Music. Yeah, look at that. Google is listening to me. I had one of these. I tried Android x86 and hated. There's Android x86. Anyways, I had one of these. Look at that. It was one of the first phones that had a music player built in. Ooh. But I wasn't allowed to use it. And, well, I was allowed to use it, but it could only hold, like, one album. It was pretty sick. Isn't that cool? You flip before you talk? No, what you're supposed to use is the LG chocolate if you want to be cool. Yeah, one of these, the slide phones. Now that's cool. Now that's cool. You hello? Close the, unslide it. Instead, now you had to be like, take it off your ear, then hit the end call button. It used to be, you know, you're talking and then you're just like, you know what, I'm done. I guess with the flip phone, you would just unflip it, I suppose. Yeah, but I wasn't... Phones with antennas were a bit before my time, though. I'm not familiar with those. Use slide and flip for years, yeah. I never had a slide phone. I had an LG Music for forever. And then one day my dad was like, hey, I'm getting the entire family iPhone 3GSs. I was like, all right, well. All right. And I remember I hated it for a while until I jailbroke it. And I was like, all right, this is actually pretty sick now. Okay, so here, what we can do, because in the current version of this application, what it actually does is it opens up the resource folder. So if I go to screens, GUI, licenses pop up. Yeah. Yeah, resources licenses, which is not totally true. Actually, that's kind of interesting. How does this work in exported mode? It's a bit weird. Yeah, flip screen. Yeah, the flip screen smartphones. Isn't there's like the Samsung, or no, it's the Razer Genshin Impact Razer phone. Oh, it's Razer. No, it's Motorola. What am I thinking? It's Motorola Razer. I don't know why I was thinking about it. Motorola Razer. Right? Is a flip phone. Yeah, don't bring me to. Not sponsored, by the way. Flexible screens in the, yeah. All phones are small nowadays, 3 times bigger. Yeah. I wish they like sold a. Remember like the iPhone 3GS was only like a 3.5-inch screen? Give me one of those again. Give me something that's as big as that. Like as big as an iPhone 3GS. For the kids out there, this is what this looks like. Remember this. But give me like the battery of a modern phone in that. I would be down. Like you can, I like a smaller phone. Like even my current phone is pretty much the smallest one you can get. I think it's only 5.5. It's not it's the smallest good phone you can get. Yeah, look at that. It just fits in your hand. Look at that. Nowadays, your phone does not fit in your hand at all. You kind of have to like, knuckle it. It used to be you could totally palm your phone. Yeah, give me the battery life of modern phones, but like in this shell, so I can have like twice the battery life. Like it's whenever new companies make like a high battery phone nowadays, they're always like, all right, check it out. It's basically a cube. That's how big we made the batteries. And no, just give me like just a little chunk, slightly chonky. That's fine with me. Grab the corner of it if I want to tap near the top. Yeah, no, that's you're supposed to use a pop socket. Actually, people don't use pop sockets anymore. I think they just use the. I like the pop socket though. I don't ever pop it, but I just spit it on my desk. Because your phone is not resting directly on the desk, what you can do is you can just spin the phone on the pop socket. But I think that's what the pop socket was for though. So you didn't even need to knuckle in your phone. You could just kind of pop it out and then just hang off the pop socket thingy. You know what I'm talking about? Pop sockets. Pop socket for iPhone. I don't have an iPhone. Yeah, I have almost exactly this one, but with my company logo on it. It kind of looks like a butt plug now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know why I thought that. I said, man, you know what that looks like? Let me see. So this is licenses path. Yeah. Thank you for coming to my rant on new phones. Please send me back to the home. Elderly man escapes nursing home, starts streaming on Twitch. Rants about phones. Okay, load paths. How did this work? How did I come up with this? That's wild. That's wild. Also, yeah, like this works exported, but I know that I'm not actually exporting. I don't bundle the licenses with it. So how does this work? How does this work? I don't remember how that works. I could just copy the logic over though. Ericsson brick. Is that that was like basically a car phone? That was before my time? Or it wasn't like a car phone, but it was like based off of a car phone, right? Is that what you're talking about? Isn't that the one that we're using in Terminator? Question mark? I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen the first Terminator movie. Or any Terminator movie, I should say. Pop-up hide. No. We're looking for... Let's see. var path will be equal to res this thing, and they'll pass in licenses path. BlackBerry phones have full-size keyboards. Oh man, well, it wasn't a full-size keyboard, but it was a full keyboard, I guess, with the little nub. What was I thinking of? Like, what's the phone they were using in Terminator? Phone? Cell phone? Cell phone? What was it? Wasn't it in Terminator? Maybe not. What am I thinking of? Or is that Back to the Future? I get old movies mixed up a lot. Yeah, I don't remember these. I know my dad had a few of the old Nokias. They're all kind of the same to me though. The Matrix? Oh, is it the Matrix cell phone? Matrix cell phone? Like no, that's not what I'm thinking about. Though this one was also pretty cool. That's not what I'm. What's the one I'm thinking of? It's from a movie. I don't remember though. The old big one, the chonker. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, the antenna. the classic, to be sure. No, well, the phones that my parents had and my older brother had were they weren't like the folding antenna. They were the ones that you could kind of, the telescoping ones instead, so you could pull them out. Yeah, like I said, the first phone I had was the LG Music, and that was, I think, when I was middle school, so it's roughly 7th grade. Maybe it might be equivalent to Form 7 if you are from a schooling system that uses the British naming scheme. The UK naming scheme, I should say. So if OS is okay, OS is debug builds. Okay, if OS is debug builds, so this is where I wish I had preprocessor defines. Yeah. So if not is debug build, then we'll do path is actually equal to. Well, I could do this in one step, but I'm not going to. Da 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 da. Boom. So is it engine get execute? No, OS. Had not had the original brick, but a few gen past that. Yeah, I don't. Get executable path. Licenses path. Yeah. So this is how you would do loading at runtime, by the way, is that you would do it. Yeah, that for some reason, a lot of people are under the impression that Godot cannot access file paths outside of resource or the user directory, but you totally can. Yeah. You have to use a bag if you want to carry around a special case. Really? Let me just describe. Let me just Google what I'm describing. Original cell phone. Yeah. Yeah, one of these. Which movie is this from? One of these. This is this from Wolf of Wall Street? Is that where I'm thinking of? Or is this from Back to the Future? Cell phone Back to the Future. Is that what I'm talking? No. That's a DeLorean. I don't know. This featured pretty prominently though in some movie. And then this is a car phone, right? More or less. Is like because it right? Like, isn't this a car phone? Because it had to be powered by your car, and then the rest was just like the. Maybe not. I don't know. That's where my knowledge kind of falls flat. I don't remember anymore. Were those all home phone? Yeah, home phones, landlines with the wires, my favorites. I remember I always got in trouble because whenever I'm talking on the phone, I would just kind of wrap and unwrap the cord. Which is why my parents invested pretty early on a wireless phone. A wireless landline phone, I should say. Or wireless receiver, I think. Yeah, see, I'm not that old. Oh, not that old. Not that. I've never used a rotary phone. Like, I'm old enough to have used a wired landline. How old am I? Describe your age without... Tell me your age without telling me your age. I've used a wired landline, but I've never used a car phone. How old am I? Or like, I've used a floppy disk, but it was the small floppy. You know, raise your hand in chat if you have a small floppy. I'm sorry. Let me grab this. I think this is pretty good. Traverse directory. What does this do? Directory names. Ooh. What is this? Oh, load paths. Okay, so let me do this. 30 depends on where you live to or how rich you are. I've got bad news for you. I'm not 30 yet. I suppose I'm starting to get up there though. I'm starting to get close to 30, but I'm not quite 30. Sorry. Okay, so var paths this, and then we'll do traverse directory. Base directory is path and paths. Okay, we'll do load paths. Load paths, because all the licenses are just kind of dumped in there. Oh, yeah, I would say I was roughly middle class, and then depending on the point in time of my life, it either would have been upper middle class or lower middle class. But I have a very milquetoast upbringing, I suppose. Are you sure Godot can access outside of user directory? Absolutely. Check this out. I'm 100% sure it can because of this. So if I go to open CFace Windows, and guess what? It's outside of user directory. This is just in my apps folder. So we can go into resources, GUI. Where am I? I don't know. We'll go into model XML. We'll open it up. So check it out. I'll take this thing. We'll just duplicate it. App settings, reconstruct views. Ooh. It kind of breaks the tracking, by the way, because then this gets reset. Oh, actually, no, it's correct. Look at that. Now we have 2 T-pose buttons, and they also do the same function, but I don't want to do that with this model because it is kind of a pain to have to pose the hands. How about Windows? What do you mean Windows? Like it has access to all the usual things. An application would normally have access to. Are you running with admin? I'm not, no. At least I don't think I'm running this with admin. Properties, no. General. How do you... Oh, this is a shortcut. What am I doing? How am I executing this? Compatibility... No, yeah, see, I'm just running this as a normal user, yeah. Yeah. That's concerning, though? Well, I mean, it is just an app, right? I suppose... Yeah, you would have to disallow certain things from an application. Or you would have to, yeah, you would just have to disallow using certain functions if you want it to be truly sandboxed. Like, you would have to disallow... I guess you would have to do a lot of input sanitization when you're opening paths. Something that you could do is only allow from user code. The user is only allowed to access two paths, either the resource path or the user path, which is in the user data folder. How trash Windows is. Yeah, and also how trash Mac OS, and also how trash Linux is. Pretty much all of them. Because it just uses your current shell execute functionality. So wherever your user shell can access without admin access, your applications can also access, which goes for pretty much any piece of software in any OS, right? That's why you're not supposed to just open random files or execute random files, right? Like PDFs, don't open random PDFs. You know, if you're given like a random zip file, don't try to unzip the zip file, etc. Right? That's just basic network security. RP in load paths file. Thank you for coming for my TED Talk, or as my friends say, thank you for coming to my Tim Talk. If not, file open p file read. For Linux, at least ask for admin if you do anything outside user scope. It is all inside user scope. It's inside your user directory. It's not doing anything unexpected, right? Like the user installed it, so it's the user's fault. Yeah. And also, by the way, the application does not write anything. Well, it writes the logs, but it writes all logs, and also it writes settings, but it writes all logs and settings to the user directory, so it's not really a concern to me, right? Like, I'm not writing anything. What I just demonstrated, by the way, was being able to modify stuff. I'm pretty sure pretty much anything can read anywhere, right? System resources are read only for the Linux user unless it's admin. Well, yeah, I'm not writing any resources, right? It's only reading. I suppose I don't understand the concern. Like, it's not doing anything different. I'm not writing data anywhere weird. Now, if your concern is about the readability of resources, I've got bad news for you, because that's the same on every single system, unless you specifically lock out certain directories or certain files. Like, yeah, like you can go into an unprivileged user. If you create a new user in Linux, and then you can cat almost any file on your file system, unless you specifically disallow the user, depending on, you know, of course, your system setup and whatever. But most systems, any new user with shell access will be able to cat almost any file. So this should be print error, unable to read open file. Yeah, nods. Yes, thank you, my bad. No problem. Accessing equals writing. Yeah, no problem. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry, I've made similar mistakes as well.
mostly having to do with basic arithmetic. Like sometimes I'll be like, I don't know. I remember like a few times when I was still in high school, we were doing like chemistry labs, and then someone would ask me like, all right, can you like put in 3 milliliters of this 4 times? And I was all right. 4 times this, that's like 15, right? 4 times 3 is 15, right? And of course they mess up and I say, oh, why'd you put in 15 mil? I was like, I don't know. It just felt right to me at the time. I'm very bad at my times tables. I'm very bad at math. Like I understand the equation. I just rather someone else actually run the numbers. All right, actually, hold on. So I don't need to do any label stuff. I can just do text. This will be file new line, and we'll insert path, maybe. File path get file get base name. Can you drop water and acid 4 times? Oh man, I have no idea. I don't know anything about chemistry. I'm very bad at sciences. Physics I was a bit better. But even then, anything that's like hard, anything that's hard numbers is just hard. File get as text. All right, I think that should work. Then we should also do if. Or, okay, we do need the check, so directory. But drop water and acid, I don't know. I was just giving a rough rundown of what it was at the time. If they're referring to my chemistry story. I don't think I think it might have actually been biology, but I don't remember. It's been too long. I took biology and chemistry sophomore and junior year of high school, and then I never took any more science classes. Well, then I took physics, but I don't count those as like, I don't count those as things. Some types of acid water expose a very bad reaction, as I remember. I don't know, man. I don't know. Main repo to find the licenses. It was just an example. It's a very often in my life when I'm asked to do simple math, simple arithmetic, I'll get it wrong. Yeah, but the more that I can lean on a machine, the better. I've taken 3 levels of calculus classes, even though I'm a business major. As I've repeated near ad infinitum, Did pretty poorly in all of them, but at least passed all the tests. Took upper level statistics courses, or course. So no more, was it T distributions, which, by the way, people don't actually use. It's all equations done by hand plus a 4-function calculator. Now, the fact that in that class, your work didn't matter, it was only the end results, did mean that most people failed, but at least I did pretty okay. I got a C. One of my proudest academic moments in college was taking a stats class I should not have been taking, and then not immediately failing. Did I not hook this up? Oh, I didn't. Good job, me. Licenses, preload. Yeah. But I have absolutely no desire to go back to school. Or I'd consider it, I guess, if I had like a sponsor, I suppose. A sponsor that also gave me a good deal, which is like, we'll pay for your schooling, and then I'll like give you a promotion, and you just need to like hang out with us for 2 years. You know. But I think nowadays, at least from what I've heard, is you're usually locked in. Like they'll pay for only half of your schooling, and then you're locked in for like a 4-year, 6-year contract with the company. Otherwise, you need to pay everything back, which is not ideal, to say the least. Yeah. So I think at that point, like I don't want to stay anywhere for too long. Says the guy who has stayed at his current company for pretty long. Oh no. Resource. Oh, is it resources? Resources. Licenses. Look at that. That's not so bad. It takes a little bit to load, but you know. Sometimes some people have problems with their load. I'm starting to go delirious. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Alright, wrap enabled. Yeah. Alright. So I think that's pretty good for like a lot of the helper stuff. So that you have your in-app help, nothing there yet. You can go to, oh, I just clicked on in-app help again. About nothing there yet. I think something that might be cool as well. Oh. Something that might be cool as well is the ability to have like ooh. What is this? Do you see that? Why is that happening? It's like the X just kind of go. Whoa. What is that? What is this? Huh? Look at that. The X is appearing and disappearing based off of the position of the background thing. Oh, that's weird. And then when I close the background one, then I can move this around. No problem. In-app help. So, ooh, look at that. Now this one's gone. That is weird. That is weird. I've never seen that. I guess I've never done anything like this either, so. Ooh, okay. Then there's the licenses. Unicode error invalid skip. That's fine. Is that actually in the log? It did not catch the error. Ah, that's the point. Is that I'm supposed to be able to catch standard error. It did not catch the error though. Why are you like this? It's here. Am I not? Do I not actually catch standard error? Did I do all this for nothing? Weird. Why is it? I have no idea. It looks like. Oh, okay. I got it. Look at that. So, if these are overlapping, you can see the top X. If they don't overlap, like this, the X goes away. So they overlap, the X is there. That's kind of interesting. I don't have an answer for why that is, though. I wonder if it's because, like, and it only appears to happen for the topmost one, so if I move the bottom one away. Yeah, that's kind of weird, yeah. What happens if I just add more? So just add in-app help. Ooh. Wait, what? Wait, what? It's only the second one? Is it a z-index race? I don't think so, because it's only happening for this middle one as well, right? I thought it would happen for all the big ones, since if they overlay, they change z. No, they don't. Because look at this. They're not actually... nothing actually happens to the z-index here. They're not actually wiggling around. Yeah, and it's only happening for this. So if we're thinking about this like a sandwich, it's only happening to the middle one, because this very top one doesn't have the problem. No, they're not reordering. I know that. I'll give it 90%. Oh, hold on. Is it when I'm... No. They don't appear to be reordering in any case. That is pretty weird though, how there's like just a bunch of random things. In-app help, about. Does some of these just not get cleaned up for some reason? There's logs. Wait. Oh, do these not actually get... Not there in the visual server? Maybe. Well, the visual server, it doesn't matter, right? Whatever... Because the visual server should always be working off of whatever is in the scene tree, almost always, unless you're doing something sneaky. But I'm not doing anything sneaky. I guess I am doing one sneaky thing, which is I'm not using pop-up on the pop-ups. I'm just kind of manually showing them. Yeah. But see, it only happens... Ooh? Wait. But no. See, now it's stopped. Now it's stopped. Now I can do this. There's something else here, but I don't know what it is. There's something else here, because now the X doesn't go away. What? Does this happen to anything? What? If I move it back. Oh no. Is it because this is off screen? So if I move this off screen. Oh no. If I move this on screen, what happens? Hold on, wait. So if I do this, move this over enough. So I can do this, and that's fine. Okay, if I add enough space here, so that goes away. That's so weird. That is so weird. I have no idea. And also, something that's happening is it appears like these aren't actually being cleaned up when I press X. So I guess I'll need to handle that. So if I click X, yeah, okay. So I need to do base pop up, and then I'll need to catch the close button signal there. So on close button press, it will kill it, and only on close button press. So this is like node configuration, add all children, hook up close button, get close button, connect pressed, self on close. Yeah, I don't really have an answer. Maybe you need to wrap those in some parent. I don't think that's it. I think it's just like a... I have no idea. Like they're already kind of wrapped, right? Because when you create a new instance of an object, it just creates a node, so they don't need to be wrapped in a pack scene. There's no difference. They are functionally equivalent. Except, like, on a pack scene, you cannot pass params. Oh, see? Yeah, it goes away when it's not overlapping. But if you move this off screen... Oh, now it's just... Wait. Huh? Oh. It's based off of whether or not this is visible. Kind of. So if this is not visible at all, look at this. So you can see it. Can't see it anymore. We can move it all around. Move it off screen. Now you can see it's based off of whether or not this X is visible, and then also whether or not these two are overlapping. And then everything else is just kind of like something that just kind of happens, I guess. And so it's only for this initial stack. Is it because, did I put, no, I'm not putting any indices stuff either. Like, look, we have 3 things here in the inspector or whatever. So they'll go away. That'll go away. That'll go away. Then in-app help about. Yeah. And I can demonstrate that the opposite doesn't happen. So you cannot see it. So it's based off of whether or not the first 2 windows are based off of whether or not the lowest window's close button is present. Are those X's shared resources? They are, but that shouldn't make a difference, right? Because I can prove it doesn't make a difference. Also, they should not be displaying over the UI like that, but, or at least these pop-up things should be displaying on the highest level, but they're not. That's fine. Yeah, I can prove that it doesn't make a difference because once you add another window, it doesn't matter, right? This one is completely independent. Actually, what happens if we do this? Yeah, it's not even in pairs, right? I can have 2 settings windows for whatever reason. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Right, so these settings windows are not subject to the same kind of weird bug thing. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah. I do need a way to like display a pop-up menu on top. I guess that's something I did not consider. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, because everything else is more or less here. Like show raw mesh doesn't actually do anything, but I guess I should actually configure it so it doesn't close when you tick it. So what is that pop-up menu? Okay, the video I'm watching right now, by the way, which is why I'm able to keep myself entertained. So Final Fantasy 14, I've never played it. I do want to play it. But where's like do 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 do? Where's that from? I've heard that before. It's like a not a Gregorian chant, but it's definitely choral in nature. Pop up. Pop up button. Pop up menu. Pop up button. No. Where is it? It's some sort of a button. It's a menu button. Pop up menu. Menu button. And then you have a pop up menu. Okay. So set. Toggle item multi-state. Is there a way to be like hide on check? Is that a thing I can do? So add check item. No, there's no way to keep it open, I suppose. What I could do is just pretend like it's clicked again. Yeah, I guess what I can do is pretend like I just clicked it again anyways. So here, show raw mesh, toggle texture somewhere. There's still the to-do, lots of to-dos. And then we'll do debug. how would I press? Is that something you can do? Just set it back to true, and then that will fire. That doesn't sound right to me. Yeah, okay. How do I simulate a button press? Simulate. It's a button. It's a menu button. About to show. No. Switch on hover. No. Button. Doesn't really have that many things, but it might have... No, it just has properties. Base button. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. What I can do is debug, emit, signal, press. Fire on click signal. Yeah. Well, this is fired on click. And then what I can do when you click on the show raw mesh toggle, I can just fire another. I can basically emulate the on press signal. Something like that. I think. That sounds right to me. Nope. 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 But this should be the debug button. Yeah, that's the menu button. Maybe I need to... Oh, you know what? I probably need to do like a get tree. Or a yield get tree idle frame. Just wait a little bit so it's not handled in the same whatever, same frame. Maybe I need to wait for 2 ticks. Because generally when you're waiting for... no, okay, well, I have no idea. Maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine. What are these even hooked up to? Like this... oh, actually, this is not hooked up to... Or how do I... In a menu button, I just need to show the pop-up. Maybe what I can do is I can just force it to pop up. But then what is its... Oh, it's just this thing. Hide uncheckable item selection. Easy. Well, the menu stay open, fire the pop-up menu. Yeah, no, I think it's this one. I was firing the pop-up menu, but I don't think I want to just manually fire it because it might just fire in the middle of the screen if I just blind fire it. I think this is what I want. So this is pop-up, hide uncheckable item selection, false. And actually, I think I need to do that for all of these pop-ups, so... Yeah, luckily I'm just reusing the same variable, so this is easy. So do not hide on checkable item selection, which means... I like doing it from running the debug console from here, by the way. Even though I do have, technically, I do have the debugger set up for VS Code as well. Oh no, my back. How long have I been streaming for? Only about 3.4 hours. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. But we're getting there. We're getting there. What other pop-ups are there? There are the GUI. Okay, so there's this is all the default. So there's model, bones, tracking, props, and presets. Delete the idle frames. Did I not delete the idle frames? Oh, I didn't. That's right. Good catch. And before I do that, let's do this, get status, Something I've actually noticed, by the way, when I switch back to the master branch of this program, there is Z fighting for some reason. in the master branch. I'm not sure why, but there's no Z fighting. Actually, I think there is also Z fighting here as well. So if I run the VRM runner, no, there's no Z fighting anymore. I don't know. Never mind. I'll just ignore me, I guess. There was Z fighting at some point then when I was testing this yesterday, because in my Discord, someone was asking me about, I guess check this out. So if you're not into anime, also check it out, I have a Discord. Ignore like the dead bat or whatever. Someone was showing off a dead bat. Or I don't know if it was a dead bat, but it was a bat. So look at that. So this is something I was testing last night. So if you're into make human models, I think make human is an Unreal thing, maybe, or it might just be a Vercadia, like a metaverse kind of thing. So someone was working on, or they were requesting better support for this stuff. It's a bit jank, but yeah. So if you just to randomly bring up other things that aren't super relevant, but when I was testing that on the branch, I did notice that things were kind of broken for some reason. Or not testing it on the branch, testing it on the master branch. This is the branch. Yeah. So I guess that, like, if I build in specialized support for make human models, then something, this might be one of the first I guess VTuber apps that just supports well, it's not one of the first. Yeah, it might be like, if it's not an anime model, is it still a VTuber? I was thinking, I felt that percolate in my mind. As I was trying to put together that idea, almost a completely separate idea. If it's not anime, is it still a VTuber? I don't know. If it can work. Yeah. Like, it actually does not have enough bones right now. I think by default it doesn't have enough bones, or maybe the bones, or maybe it's a blend shape and I just need to figure it out. Face rigs? Yeah. I think the face is entirely controlled via blend shape, which is not optimal for, I guess, performance. But that's fine, I guess. Because from what I've talked to, or from what I understand from talking to other people who know more than me, at least in games, you don't want to use blend shapes. So for like anything that's real time, you don't want to use blend shapes. Because a lot of, it requires a lot more processing than just using a rig, right? A rig with bones. So if you can convert all your blend shapes to bones, that's for the best. That's what I understand. Yeah, it's CPU based. Yeah, but I think it's all CPU based, right? I don't think. I'm not sure. Skin mesh is GPU. Okay, interesting. Is that? If that's the case, then that makes more sense. I have no idea. So let's see. What things would you want in model? So we're going back to here. So there's like bones and whatever. Then there's the model stuff. So then you'll have bones are not CPU based. Are they not? Like, I guess like mesh makes sense. A mesh makes sense as GPU based. So I thought bones were CPU based. But if bones are not CPU based, then yeah. Okay. Optimized for games, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So what I'm thinking right now for the model stuff is it's basically just gonna be this menu here. So I'm going to actually keep it on screen while I build it out. Yeah, I think the benefit of this system as well, by the way, or what I'm doing right now, since everything is just a pop-up, it means I don't have to worry about like where am I going to put new stuff. I can just, I guess, even like make it like a sub pop-up, like a pop-up. Yeah. Something that might be nice here in the menu bar is adding another thing that's like, so this app, and then we'll have like layout. So you can save your pop-up layout. But that's not going to be implemented just yet. All right. This is going to break. Maybe not. Layout buttons. I don't really have anything for layout buttons, but I just thought about that. I said, wait a minute. If you have the ability to run the app and then just have a bunch of pop-ups, like maybe you'll have certain layouts you want to go back to at some point. So that's what a layout menu might be good for. So you can save something. It's similar to how like Godot has a layout thingy like that. So I don't know. So there's, how does Godot do it? Is it save, deletes, and then you'll have a dynamic list, maybe? Save, well, save, load, reset. Maybe? Yeah, save, load, reset. And then also, I guess, default. Which sounds like the same thing, but they're not, right? So if you have a layout, if you save it, and then you make changes to it, you can reset it. Maybe you should have shipped the Godot editor. Yeah, maybe. I've actually gotten that a few times. Like, why don't you just ship the entire editor with you? I don't know. Isn't it more interesting this way? Yeah. I think that's actually how a few other applications actually work. So, like, pretty much any application that's able to load in random 3D models, I think they actually do ship the editor with their thing. But I don't know. That doesn't feel correct. That doesn't feel right. It's a cool idea. That, like, it's good that the entire editor just kind of works, but yeah, like I don't think other applications that ship the entire editor, they're not actually shipping the editor. In my case, it would make more sense. But they're shipping their game in debug mode, but calling it a release. Yeah, it's not a real-time app. Well, technically this is a real-time app. And technically this GUI is also real-time. It's just something that you can do at runtime. It's a little different, so it's a little different. But yeah. What I was more talking about was apps like Proton, Graph. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, things like this, where they're able to, like, import meshes, export meshes, they're actually shipping their game in debug mode. Or, I say game, they're shipping their application in debug mode. So they still have all the tooling from Godot, from the Godot editor, shipped. Which isn't so bad. It isn't so bad, at least on Windows, because the Windows binary is very small. Clone native editor menus. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, right? So if I go to assets, default theme, you'll notice that I've pretty much just imported the default editor theme. And I think a few other applications do the same thing. They just recolor it to be like black or whatever. Oh, hello, Dash. The main reason why anime is better than sitcoms is that anime doesn't need canned laughter to be funny. Maybe. I think there are... I don't know. What's a sitcom? What's a sitcom that I've seen? I've seen a bit of Friends. I think Friends definitely needs a bit of canned laughter. Oh, you know, Big Bang Theory 100% needs canned laughter to be funny. Hot take. Hot takes here only. I don't know. I think things like, does Community have canned laughter? I don't think Community has canned laughter, but is Community a sitcom? Or like, what's another one? The Office? I don't find The Office to be very funny, but I know that lots of people think it is. I think The Office just makes me feel very awkward. Which I guess some people are into. Like, they thrive off the awkwardness. Like this is my jam. But yeah, no. I don't quite agree with that take, I guess. unless you don't consider The Office or Community to be sitcoms. Or what do you define by sitcom? Like, is Friends a sitcom? Is Friends a sitcom? What is a sitcom? Friends is a sitcom. I don't remember if Friends has a laugh track though. IT crowd? I've never watched the IT crowd. What is a sitcom? I actually don't really know what a sitcom is. What is a sitcom? Situational comedy. Okay, so does that mean Community? Is Community a sitcom? Oh, it is a sitcom, yeah. Friends does have a laugh track? Yeah. That's a fun show. What? IT crowd? I've never watched the IT crowd. Yeah. Yeah, Friends has a laugh track. I know Big Bang Theory has a laugh track, but I don't think Big Bang Theory is very good. I think Big Bang Theory is like almost insulting to watch. Like, it's like pseudo-intellectualism, and it's mostly just making fun of nerds instead of like laughing with nerds. So I'm not for that at all. It's like, haha, he's smart, therefore he must be like socially inept. Which is true for some people, for sure. But I think it's bad to generalize like that. Maybe I don't find sitcoms funny because English is my first language. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of slight nuances in a lot of that as well. You probably won't get if you're not a native speaker. Although I think it is a good resource for learning English, probably, is watching sitcoms. Because you pick up on a lot of like slang and whatever. Big Bang Theory, IT crowd. Yeah, I hear. Well, you want to watch the English IT crowd, right? You don't want to watch American IT crowd. That's what I've heard as well. Is my English good though? Yeah. Seems all right. Yeah. I think if you had told me that you were a native speaker, I would have believed you. Isn't there an American IT crowd? American, yeah. American version. Yeah, there's an American version. There is an American version. Yeah, I think, Dash, if you told me that you were a native speaker, I would have believed you, yeah. I think there are some native speakers who occasionally pop in the chat who have worse grammar than you, so. Or I think like there's, I don't know, yeah. I think like a lot of Americans can barely even write English to begin with, so the fact that you know, probably learned it in a more structured setting probably helped. Because, you know, lol, American education. Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares. Well, isn't Hell's Kitchen is American, but then there's Kitchen Nightmares British and Kitchen Nightmares American, where the British one is more like reasonable, while the American version is just Gordon Ramsay yelling at people. Both have their ups and downs. I do enjoy just watching Gordon Ramsay just like, I heard, I'm repeating this from like a streamer I was watching earlier, but it's like, there's something about just watching Gordon Ramsay like totally demean like another fully functioning adult. I don't know if that's a weird thing to find funny, but there's something about that that's amusing, to be sure. I watched it all. Hell's Kitchen. I don't think I've never intentionally watched like any cooking show, I think, besides Kitchen Nightmares. I find Kitchen Nightmares to be amusing. I've watched some Hell's Kitchen though, just like in the background, because my parents like to watch cooking shows. Well, of course, I don't live with my parents anymore, so it's been a little bit since I've watched any cooking show at all. Time waste, literally. Yeah, isn't Hell's Kitchen, it's just like Gordon Ramsay like yelling at people. That's mostly what I got out of it. It's like most of the people like on the show are like not bad cooks, but they're not like, you know, they're not perfect, but you know, who is really? Yeah, but isn't like watching any sort of content that you cannot immediately put into use, it's like kind of useless. Like watching someone, you know, program on the internet per se, just as a hypothetical, watching someone program a VTuber application on a online streaming service might not be the best use of your time, but you know, people still do it sometimes. You know, everyone has things to do and kick back. Maybe you'll glean some further understanding out of the content that you watch, maybe. So like for TV shows, maybe it helps you pick up on slang or whatever. Or you're watching someone program, maybe you'll see them structure code in a way and say, oh, maybe I can do the same thing with my stuff. Raj is the most funny cooker in Hell's Kitchen. I don't know. I don't know any of the characters besides Mr. Ramsay. It's funny how basic cooking is gone wrong with 5-star world chef watching. Oh yeah. How basic cooking goes wrong with a 5-star world chef watching. Yeah, you get nervous. You get nervous. I also get nervous. Sometimes. Not when programming. I think you only really get nervous if you are... Well, this is how I've always heard it, is like, you only get nervous if you're not confident in your own skills, right? So like when you're playing an instrument, you should never get nervous when you're performing, right? Because the only reason why you would be nervous is if you think you might mess up. So you need to practice to get to the points where you won't mess up, right? Pressed self on pressed. Being on the internet already makes you learn English. I suppose that's true. I don't really have any insight there. Mostly because I'm a native speaker. A native speaker who also has gone out of their way to learn proper English. but was also not raised in an environment where proper English was commonly spoken. Which I suppose does help nowadays, since like most people that I interact with cannot speak proper English, so you know, helps me understand what the heck they're saying. Would you be nervous if Bill Gates was watching you while programming? Yeah, maybe. I think if like Jeff Bezos was, you know, popped into the chat and was like, hey, entertain me, fool. I'd be like, oh no. Oh no. Jeffrey, my man. You know, I think that might make me a bit nervous. So it's like how to cook scallops. They just turn those, you know, they either burn the crap out of it or make it raw. It's amazing. The Ramsay loses at repeat. Yeah, well, you know, isn't it like, it's also for TV, so you're not going to get the most competent people. Or they'll be like, sorry, like you lost the coin flip, so it's your turn to mess up the scallops for the camera. Or even in like a kitchen, right? It's easy to get sidetracked if you're cooking a lot of things at once. Like I've been there before. I've been there before. Because I worked in a kitchen for 2.5 years. Not as a line cook, but you know. Mostly just doing food prep. Mostly just doing food prep and then making food. Not the most intense thing in the world, but you know. What would you do if Linus Torvald appeared next to you and told you your program is coded wrongly? I think that's I think if Linus Torvald appeared in chat and told me that I was writing this wrong, you know, I would ask him why. But also know that he probably doesn't know what he's talking about unless he's actually gone through all my code and then understands what it's supposed to be doing. It's almost impossible to know whether or not someone's programming something correctly at a glance, unless it's just obviously wrong, right? Like it's if you're trying to critique application, you know, design or architecture, you know, just looking at like roughly a 4-hour stream of someone programming something is not going to tell you whether or not it's right or wrong. There's no way, there's almost no way you can tell whether or not it's wrong or not, right? And there's also like a lot of opinions that go into how you structure an application, right? So some people, you know, and rightly so sometimes, it's like, you know, I would rather have everything more or less be hard-coded, so you can guarantee that everything works exactly how you want it. Whereas I more lean into the idea that it's better to be flexible, and I'd rather load things in at runtime so it's all modular. Like I appreciate when an application can take plugins, right? Because you can take parts out, you can replace parts if you don't need them, etc., etc. If it's C++, it could be wrong without opinions. I don't know. C++, it's an entirely different bag of worms, and I think that's it's harder to say. But there's a time and place for all kinds of patterns. So it's hard to say if you're doing something just wrong, right? Like if I was an example of just doing something wrong would be if like model connects, you know, ready, and I was trying to use the ready signal in order to listen for the onPressed function. You know, that is, you know, clearly wrong, right? That's objectively not what I want to happen. You know, I think if Linus Torvalds appeared in chat and was like, yeah, don't do that. Yeah, you know, good catch. You know, that's what BumD is here for. BumD is secretly Linus Torvalds. Confirmed. But yeah, I think talking about application design is harder, but that's probably what most people would be popping into, you know, and then saying like, hey, don't do that. What do you think about Spanish? I think Spanish is all right. It's a better language than English for sure. I think the benefits of Spanish, one, Spanish is more or less phonetic, so you pronounce every letter how it's supposed to be pronounced, more or less. which is pretty good. Well, besides, you know, the enye, and then double L and pollo, that's pretty weird. But everything else is, you know, you just pronounce every single letter. Not hard. It's not like English where it's like, you know, in like psychology, the P is silent. Like, like what the heck? Or in like Timothy, you don't pronounce, it's not Timothy, it's not Timothy. And then also like the Y changes, sometimes it's, you know, Timothy, Polly. But if you're saying like it's a good day today, it's actually, the Y is more or less silent. It just informs you on how to pronounce the A instead, you know. I think Spanish is a lot more normal than that. On the downsides of Spanish, it has gendered nouns, which is tough. There's no umlaut in Spanish. There's no umlaut in Spanish. Or I guess please show me a Spanish word with an umlaut in it. That's called an umlaut, right? There is no umlaut. You do have accents for sure, but that's, you don't have umlauts in Spanish. Yeah, umlaut Spanish. Yeah, there are no pinguino. Vergüenza? What the heck are those? I've never seen that. Pinguino? Isn't this just pinguino? Don't you just write pinguino? Oh, you know what? You're right. There is an umlaut. I've never seen that. That's interesting. I've never seen that. I've always seen it spelled as pinguino like that. I guess Spanish does have umlauts. It's not pinguino, penguino, by the way. Right? Penguin? Oh, it is pinguino. Pinguino. No, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll stop talking about Spanish. I thought it was penguino. Pinguino. Pinguino. Neat. The more you know. Gendered nouns aren't that bad. It is a pain to have to remember, for sure. Because there's also because gendered nouns are not regular, so there's not. There are irregular gendered nouns, which you just have to remember, which is a pain. Yeah, yeah. Today I learned there are umlauts in Spanish. I thought umlauts were just like a German and perhaps maybe a Swedish thing. Const preload this thing. Depends on the final letter of the word mostly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's irregular. It's mostly regular except for a few irregular gendered pronoun or gendered nouns. So Spanish, irregular gender nouns. Yeah. It's not el mano, it's la mano. La carne, la carne. No, you don't roll the R. Carne. Do you roll a single R in Spanish? That's something I don't remember. That's something I don't remember about a lot of Spanish stuff. Add child base pop up. Yeah, why words have genders? Never understood that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's double R, double L, which is ye, ch. I don't remember how to pronounce ch in Spanish. But yeah, Spanish also just has a single R though. But is it carne or is it carne? Carne? Because It's the same thing as like the R sound in Japanese, where because actually across world languages, as far as I understand it, by the way, I heard this from a YouTube video, so that might not be totally correct because I did not verify any of this, but I'm gonna repeat it anyways. The R sound, like you would use in English, is somewhat, or is not very common. What's more common is like the Japanese style R sound, which is kra, which is what you would use to trill an R. But I forget how you pronounce single R in Spanish. Is it like carne or carne? Carne? Is it? Well, I'm saying like, is it like, do you pronounce it like a trill, or do you pronounce it like an English R, where it's R, like I'm a pirate R, or is it because you don't say I'm a pirate R? I guess you could, but it's not generally how you would. At least in U.S. media, you don't say I'm a pirate R. It's I'm a pirate R. One is a soft R. It's not a soft R. It's you change where you move your tongue across your soft palate. Is it? I don't know the terminology, but hard R, you like don't touch your soft palate at all. When you don't touch any part of your palate. You don't touch your soft or hard palate. But with like the trilled R, you kind of have to touch your hard palate, which is the front of your mouth, when you pronounce the R. Made up the terminology. Yeah, okay. Yeah, which is also why a lot of Americans cannot do a trill. Is because they're trying to do like a trill using the American R, which is not possible. I mean, it might be possible, I guess, if you're able to like wiggle the back of your tongue. Alright. English is way easier than Spanish? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think if I had to compare the two languages, like, Spanish is easier to just figure out how to say words. That's pretty important in my book. I think conjugations are not too hard once you learn what all the irregular ones are. I think it is somewhat difficult to like some irregular ones, like they sound very similar to like isn't the past, it's past current tense. Yeah, past current tense, like to say like you have is tieno, is it? But which ends in an O, but like tengo, which is I have, is current tense. So that's somewhat confusing. Is that it? I don't remember. It's been a long while. French R is also different. I don't know any French. That's one of the only European languages I just know nothing about, or Western European languages, I should say. That's not true. I don't know any Dutch. I don't know any Dutch either. Tango, yeah, tango I have, but then can you conjugate it? The past present tense. Tiene, yeah, tenia. Sorry, I had, but then what is I had? I had. So there's tendré. Yeah, tendré I will have. But then what's I have? But I had in the past, so like I had completed. But then there's also a difference between I had, but then I also still have, right? He tenido. Had. had. Yeah, but no, that's a different conjugation altogether, which is a special form, isn't it? Because there's past tense and then there's the present or the past continuous tense. Teniendo, having, or is having. Isn't that's teniendo? Teniendo is having. Currently has, is in the process of having. I don't know. Don't ask me vocabulary questions. Look up translator? No. I'm busy. But yeah, how many tenses? How many the hard part about English, so Spanish tenses and then English tenses, English tenses, right? So if you were to compare the two, the three main tenses are present, past, and then future, and then there's also the, yeah. Hold on. There's 18 tenses in Spanish? That doesn't sound right to me. Yeah, English has 12 plus 1, I thought. But I don't remember. Spanish has 18? I don't think that's right. Oh, I guess English... What are the 12 tenses in... Okay, Spanish also has 12? Really? There's 14? Yeah, maybe Spanish actually has more tenses. Yeah. I don't know. Turns out I don't know what I'm talking about at all. But English also has a lot. I don't know. Yeah. I thought I knew all the tenses in Spanish, and I thought there were only 9. It turns out there's 12 or 14, and then English has 12. Interesting. You know how many tenses Chinese has? Has 2. It has 2 tenses, and then afterwards, then you just add word modifiers instead. You don't ever conjugate a word. Okay, yeah. Turns out I don't actually know Spanish as well as I thought I do. I'm still fairly literate though. Probably not gonna be able to read any complex books though, for sure. But yeah. Turns out you should not trust me for any language advice. Having estado teniendo. I have been having. Do you need to have the he? No, wait, how do you make sense of Chinese? Well, you just say like 我. So if you just say I eat rice, which is 我吃饭 I eat rice. I ate rice. 我吃饭了. So you add the la to the back of it. But you gotta make sure it's not like a la, it just has to be a la. Otherwise you might be saying something else. And then you say, I will eat rice. 我会吃饭. 吃饭. Yeah. 我会吃饭. I am eating rice. I guess there's a few ways you can say that. 我已经吃饭. I am already eating rice. 我在吃饭. I am eating rice. I guess what other things would you say? I don't think there's a way to say I will be eating rice. I think you just understand like you will be eating rice in the future. I guess like usually if you want to say like I don't know how to translate that actually. Like I was eating rice, or how would you like I was walking but I am like I have something, I had something, but I actually also still have something. So I had something in the past, but then I also currently still have something. I don't know. I think you would just need to specify. There's some nuance that I don't know about for sure. I would not say that I'm an expert in Chinese. Definitely say that I'm not an expert. Chinese reminds me of all the fake Chinese teachers on TikTok. What do you mean fake Chinese teachers? Are there fake Chinese teachers on TikTok? Like some Chinese does sound like really fake, which is like Cantonese. If someone's speaking like extremely accented Cantonese from like Malaysia or something, it might sound a bit fake because it's mostly just like a lot of la la la. Had been eating rice? Yeah, I had been eating rice and I'm currently eating rice as well. I had been, but I still am as well. But main problem is Spanish dialects and accents. Yeah, I mean that's the main problem with a lot of languages. Let me think. I think tracking might actually be better off being a split container. But of course, this is pretty easy to change anyways. My English isn't that expert. It's no problem. I can still figure out what you're trying to say. Yeah. No, I think if you're looking for Chinese or Mandarin Chinese lessons, you should not come to me. I am not very good at Mandarin Chinese. You're about to have a very bad time, I think. Alright, so tracking we can do like this. I think tracking might make more sense as like a menu of things. Perhaps. I don't really know. The menu makes sense to me. So all of these can be under like their own sub menu. And then maybe like face tracker should be under its own super menu. Spanish is so widely spoken, it has lots of accents and dialects. That's why some words have different meanings depending on the region. No, that's the same thing as any language, right? So like in English, you can say like, you know, I'm drinking soda, you know. Everyone knows what a soda is. But then some people say like, I'm drinking pop. If you're from, I think it's only some northern US states say pop. Or it's the difference between saying, or like, and you'll also see it sometimes on the map. Some people call it Coke. I've never heard anybody call it a Coke, like call a soda a Coke, even though I live in the same city as the Coca-Cola headquarters. I've never heard anyone call it a Coke. Like it does. Some people call it Coke, I think for sure, because sometimes if you say like, I want a Coke, some people will confirm, like, you want a Coca-Cola? Yeah, I do want a Coca-Cola. Or like, what is it? Some people call a water fountain. Some people call it a bubbler. Or jam and jelly. So in the US, we eat jelly. In the UK, they call it jam. I don't know. Or like, in the US, you say that you put your luggage in the trunk of your car, but in countries that learn or generally use like Queen's English or UK English, you put your luggage in the boot. Soda was called Coke in English? No. No, absolutely not. I guess if you're from like a really rural southern region in the US, you would call it a Coke, but normal people just call it soda or pop. Very uncommon to call it pop, though, in my experience. Want to learn Japanese? It requires time and trying to find good resources. Japanese is just hard, unless you possibly speak Hindi, because I think Japanese is subject, object, verb order. So the subject of the sentence goes first, then the direct object, and then the verb. So like most Western languages, and even like Chinese, is subject to verb object. So, you know, like I eat apples, but in Japanese you would say apples are eaten, are eating. Apples eat. Or actually in Japanese, it's better to think of it as this is what I tell myself anyways. It's better to think of Japanese. In Japanese, you would be like, in the context of me, apples are being eaten, or apples are eaten, or apples will be eaten, whatever, depending on what tense you put on it, I think. So like, watashi wa ringo o tabemasu, or we could say tabetai. I want to eat apples, I think. It's been a while. Carbonated drink. A carbonated drink is a soda in English. Or a pop, if you will. Or similar to my name. Like, do you speak Hindi? Isn't Hindi is subject, object, verb as well? Or is it Malayalam? I don't remember. Is Hindi subject, Hindi subject, object, object, yes. Hindi is subject, object, verb, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. I know Hindi is subject, object, verb. It was Hindi or Malayalam. I don't know. I guess you don't speak Hindi. What other languages are subject, object, verb? I know it's very uncommon compared to more widely spoken languages. Many Asian languages that work like that though? Really? Like I thought, I know Chinese isn't, I'm pretty sure Korean is subject, verb, object. I don't speak any Korean though. Other than like, I don't know, 안녕. 안녕, 감사합니다. Shibai. That's about it. I don't speak any Vietnamese, so maybe Vietnamese is closer to that. Yeah, Mandarin, subject, verb, objects. Cantonese, subject, verb, objects. Malay, subject, verb, objects. What else is there? I think this one should also be a H-split container. And by this one, I mean the props. Possibly, yeah. Props should probably be... Actually, no. I think props needs to be re-architected entirely. Indonesian language is hard to learn. I think Indonesian... Well, Indonesian and Malay, or Bahasa Melayu and Bahasa Indonesia, are very... Well, those two languages are more or less mutually intelligible, but two, I think they're very easy to learn. It's just that it's hard to find a lot of resources, I guess, because there's not too many Indonesians on the internet. But from what I've learned of it, because my mom's from one of those countries, it's not that hard. I think the sentence structure reminds me a lot of Spanish, so it's not hard. It's just a lot of vocabulary. But I think Malay is easier to learn for sure because it uses a lot more English loanwords. German uses gendered nouns, which makes it hard for me. But Indonesian or Malay, not too hard. Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Melayu. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've said it before, but you know, there's the only things I can think of off the top of my head is like boy and girl, or man woman, lalaki perempuan, and I don't know, awak chante. He's done it. That's all you need to know. how to tell the men's restroom from the women's restroom, and then also say that you're pretty. Or awak chante, awak bodo. So awak bodo, you're dumb. Let me see. Finnish sounds impossible to learn. Yeah, doesn't Finnish have a lot of conjugations based off of like who you're talking to, like, and then like also distance from speaker? Like I know Spanish has the same thing, like distance from, or yes, I think Spanish has distance from speaker. Japanese has distance from speaker. So there's like, you know, kore, sore. Kore is this, sore is this, or is that, but close to the other person you're speaking to, and then are is that thing away from both speakers. Something like that. So H split container. This one should be expanded as much as possible, and I think we want to have like a top bar as well. So haven't been super productive ever since we passed the 4-hour mark. Hbox. I will admit that I have not been super productive ever since ever since we passed midnight at the very least. Korean is BTS, yeah. English has this, that, there, these, and those. Well, this and that. Those are just like the location modifiers. There, these, and those. These and there has nothing to do with any of that. Is this, that, these, those, right? There is more of a, you're not referring to objects. Like I think if you were to say like this and that, these and those, I mean, yeah, you're referring to like some sort of grouping of objects, but you would not use there to refer to a grouping of objects. There is more just a generic location. So there and here is probably closer to what you mean. We were just talking just so you to wrap up. I feel like, yeah, maybe that's kind of what it feels like, honestly. It might not be the best idea though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a native speaker. Yeah, that's the nuance that I would get from from those modifier verbs. Like English does not have a direct translation for like close to other speaker and away from both speakers. You would just have to specify like over there, I suppose. Over there, or those things. Like those things over there is how you would make it clear that it's not close to the other speaker at all. Yeah, I guess like it's just mostly implied. All right, so props. Yeah, I guess once I finish up making all of these things, we'll probably call it a day. Place words like between and over. Well, I think that's another thing that's hard about English is that you can use a lot of those. There's a lot of uses for those words. Because like between is like just a generic location word. But it makes no distinction whether or not it's like between in like physical space, between where, or is it like a, you know, between these two words, which is like not literal, which might be somewhat difficult to understand. think we'll just make this a VBox. I'll think about this. I think, well, presets. Yeah, but English is tough though. English is tough. And I think English suffers from the same thing. Actually, a lot of these languages suffer from the same thing where they have a lot of word reuse. Like Japanese is also pretty bad for that. Japanese kind of sucks. Because like Japanese is not inherently tonal. Well, it is inherently tonal, but it's not like codified like Mandarin Chinese is, which makes it hard. I think and I think that tone just goes into, is more of like an accent thing anyways, as far as I understand. So like ame is hard candy. Well, no, ame is rain. Ame is hard candy. Or even like certain words, like isn't hold on. Like Osada. Yeah, Osada. Oh no, no, that makes sense. And but then if you add a tick to the top of a tick to the top of plates, I don't know how to I don't know how to write it. It means blood or something like that. But so I like it when you're writing Japanese is tough, but you need to learn kanji. Otherwise, you just have to guess as to what's being said. You know, you have a lot of, what are they called? Synonyms? No, not synonyms. What is it called when the words are pronounced the same way, but they have different meanings? Like English has a lot of those types of words. Like the words keep and keep. So you can keep an item on you, but you also can visit the keep of a castle. Two very different things. Or something I learned recently is that in Mandarin Chinese, you can have, I guess it's a joke actually. It's supposed to be phrased as a joke, but you say "da fei ji," you are boarding a plane, but "da fei ji" is slang for masturbation. So you need to. Oh no, it's fei ji. Fei ji is 1-1, I think. Plane. So "da fei ji" is to board a plane, but "da fei ji." Yeah, one of those. Something like that. Something like that. Next, homonym. Yeah, homonym. There we go. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. I'm trying to talk about what I know about languages, while also speaking in another language, English, which happens to be my native language, which maybe shouldn't be mentioned, but then also writing in a programming language. It's tough. Yeah, next to also under, yeah, I think there's a lot of location words in all languages though, right? Like I can't really think of a lot of them for Chinese right now. I think Chinese is pretty pretty basic when it comes to those, or at least it's pretty exact, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. But I know something that gets me a lot when I'm practicing Japanese or reading Japanese is the difference between, oh no, what is it? Is it yoko? Yoko and tonari, which describes things that are next to each other. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Wanayo. Yeah. It's like the difference between, is it pronounced Yoko? It's the Yoko and Yokohama. Translate is way too full of homonyms, even if you differentiate the total. Yeah, there's a lot of homonyms in Chinese for sure. Yokohama. No, that's, I know. Yokohama. Yeah. This character translate it back. I did this wrong. Beside, yeah, yoko, which is two things that are next to each other but are not the same thing. But then you also have tonari. Give me this character, please. Which is two things that are next to each other but are very similar. A homonym. Yeah, but Chinese has a lot of homonyms for sure. I think there's a lot of context that you need to have. That you might not necessarily have. Oh, base prop? Base prop still exists? I need to get rid of base prop. But yeah, I don't think Chinese has one that's that specific. It's usually just like, I don't know. You know, 家的旁边 or 家的旁边有一辆汽车 something like that. So like there is the house's side has a car something like that, which is how you would say like the car is next. Well, that's one way you would phrase it. I don't know what's more natural actually. I don't really speak in Mandarin Chinese that often. Would you say like 汽车在家的旁边 or 家的旁边有一辆汽车 I don't know. I'm not sure. I only read. Yoko horizontally next to, tonari next to. Oh, there's more nuance to that, isn't there? So like, it's things that are next to each other. Like you would say like a person is like next to a building, and you would use yoko. But if you said like a person is next to another person, you would use tonari. It's not the same as homo. They sound similar. This is true. They are not the same thing. They come from the same root word homo, which is same. But phonic refers to sounds, so it's similar to like phoneme. Well, phobic means a fear of. Tonari no seki-kun. My neighbor? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like if you have two people next to each other, they would be tonari. But if you have like a person next to a building, you would say the person is, you know, you use yoko. That's what I understand. Which is why like Yokohama means like next to the sea or something like that. Or is it next to the beach? I don't remember. Because it's not Yoko Umi. So add child, all of this stuff. We can just try this really quick. I've been talking about random garbage for too long. Okay, so that looks pretty good, and you can move it. Presets, I think will need to be roughly the same idea as, let's see. Oh, H split, then we add a tree, then also add a, how do props work? Oh, I didn't add anything there. Tree and VBox container. So this one needs a, ooh, it's anime. It is anime for sure. Ooh. Hold on. Make this 300. Tonari and Yoko are interchangeable in many cases. Yeah, in many cases, but there's always the nuance between words, right? So if I said like, right, because that's part of like learning a language is learning notes. Like you could just learn the very basics and just say that everything just means the same thing. But if I said, you know, I feel sad, you mean, all right, like this person is like sad in general. But if I say like I'm depressed, it's like, oh, like this, it implies like a deeper level of sadness that may or may not be more intrinsic, right? Like you wouldn't say like, well, it does imply just more intrinsic sadness in general. Or you would say that like I'm distraught, which is more like a manic kind of sadness. And then so that's like the the nuance between words. It tells you more about, the situation without having to say more words. Rinjin tonari no hito. Rinjin tonari hito. Wait, no. Really? Is neighbor spelled in hiragana? Is that it? So rinjin tonari hito? Or are you saying that rinjin is neighbor? Or is rinjin tonari hito neighbor? I guess I could always check. Neighbor. Should probably be using DeepL or whatever. Kinjo no hito. Okay. Interesting. Kinjo no hito. Yeah. Kinjo no hito. A neighboring person. This is true. I guess there's a lot of ways you could say it. How would you say neighbor I actually don't know how to say neighbor in Mandarin. But let me see. Everything is set up. This is the default GUI. It should not ask you for all of that stuff. Okay, layout, we'll do layout later. Debug console gives you a debug console. So you can do stuff, you can press stuff, and it will do stuff, hopefully. You can have multiple instances of stuff. You can go to the GitHub like this by pressing on the in-app button thing. You can click on all of these still, and then it'll just give you a bunch of menus that you can mess with, I guess. It might be nice to have like a tiling layout as well, but I'm not going to implement that just yet. Because I feel like it might be just better to be able to close out. Right, most people will just be doing one thing at a time anyways. Haber, similar height. Kinjo is a more common word. I don't know. Or as some people might say, wakaranai. Or wakaranai is I don't understand, or is that I don't know? I actually don't. I don't know. Well, I know the difference in the words in Mandarin, which is 不知道, is I don't know. 不明白, which is I don't understand. Is 邻居, yeah, 邻居. I know, 邻居. Just gotta go. Bye. I also should probably go. It's like 2 a.m. It's fun talking about languages. Learned a lot about Spanish, especially. It turns out I don't actually know that much about Spanish. Weird how I'm still able to I'm able to read like the culture articles in a Spanish newspaper. I'm not able to read like anything more difficult than that. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Sunday for sure from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time working on this since I'm almost done. I'm actually off work tomorrow. Oh, that's why I got kicked, or that's why my my overlay got messed up, is because I guess Twitch chat restarted and then this thing didn't restart correctly, but my bot also did not restart correctly. But there's my Discord. There's the GitHub. If you want to find whatever the heck I'm working on right now, everything is free and open source. I've actually been using the current release here, OpenCFace 8.1, OpenCFace GD. It's not actually related to the OpenCFace project. It uses the OpenCFace tracker. I'm trying to get this rewrite done so I can, move on to the next iteration and add other tracking backends, etc. But if you want to find the current source code, it's all up here. Look at that. I don't know. Give the channel a follow if you haven't already. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Getting bullied by mouse pointer, yeah. Yeah, this overlay is also free and open source, by the way, but it is kind of hard to use, but you know, so it goes. Yeah, it's okay. We can make you really small and then make you upside down as well. How fun. Yeah, all of these are just kind of implemented by me. Look at that. Everything implemented in Godot as well, against my better judgment. So git add add pop-ups, or I guess add pop-up stand-ins, frame, add pop-up, what was it called? Add initial scenes for pop-ups. And that's pretty much it, yeah. And then add log manager. Yeah, so git push, send it. Everything that the current code that I've been working on is under the refactor super rewrite thing, because that is, most things have been redone, etc., etc. Yeah. So yeah, there is a Discord, there's the GitHub. I don't know. What other things do people usually shout out? Let's find someone to raid, since there's people here for whatever reason. Let's hide. Hide my follow channels. Don't worry, it's not weird. Yeah, let's raid. Let's raid Nova, I guess. Raid this person. We're raiding Nova Liminal. They're doing some Twitch chat stuff, I guess. Don't know. But they also do actual game development in Godot sometimes as well. But yeah, get ready to get sense. Give the channel a follow, join the Discord. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Give me a stars on GitHub. Goodbye.